all the way out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to lanceslock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. lanceslock.com. Again, go online, lanceslock.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studio's here at the Next Round, furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Like a man, she shines a soul. Still my thoughts must run their course, and they do. Does my memory comfort you while your eyes see me through? Well, it's 10 years later and still I haven't a clue. Oh, I'm crying. Caution breathes a lonely breath. Love withstands what time has rest. And it does. Does my memory comfort you while your eyes see me through? Well, it's 10 years later and still I haven't a clue. Oh, I'm crying. Often even alone the time but still my thoughts must run their course, and they do. Does my memory comfort you while you're see me through? Well, it's 10 years.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're live and we're rolling on a Wednesday. Bruce Pearl, head coach of Auburn, will be in this first segment coming up in about 10 minutes. So we'll get to Auburn's win on the road in South Carolina with Bruce coming up in just a moment here as we have a ton of football to talk about. Of course, we're getting ready for a national championship trip up to Indianapolis. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester, and Lunsford all here today. You guys are rocking the Farmfolio chat room. Right off the bat, Rockstar, just quickly, everybody always asks when you're playing one of your originals leading into the new show, where can they buy that? For those that are listening on the app or watching and not in the chat room right now, where can you buy your original music?
Spotify, iTunes, all the platforms, YouTube Music, but sadly that was not an original. That was a very rare Collective Soul song called 10 Years Later.
Jim does not like you to play Collective Soul.
It wasn't from the album that you always complain about.
That's
this
right,
is
no.
from the album, I think it's called Youth.
I will go download that later. I thought it was a fantastic song.
They do it better than me, but it's a really good song.
I don't think they do. I thought that was the best song you had ever written.
I recorded that in my recorded that in my basement about 12 years ago.
Oh, well, it's really good. And
Thank you.
we're off rolling today with a Jim Harbaugh rumor out there. Let's start with that. Is this, do you guys feel like it's posturing to get his money back at Michigan? Or do you think there's real interest right here of Harbaugh going back to the NFL? First thoughts.
Well, I don't think it's posturing, Brown. I think if he wants his money back, I think he's going to get his money back. He had an incredible year. He won the Big Ten. He beat Ohio State. He went to a college football playoff. So Michigan has paid him before. He gave the money back. I think the logical thing to do is Michigan's going to give it back. You just wonder if now that the college game is becoming a mini version of the pro game, especially with name, image, and likeness, if he's just like, to hell with it. I finally beat Ohio State. I went to a college football playoff. I won the Big Ten. Maybe I enjoyed the NFL game more. Now I've got the opportunity to go coach in Vegas where they're going to pay me a ton of money. And I liked what I did at San Francisco. So I've kind of got this feeling that I'm leaning. I thought he was going to be at Michigan for a long time. I'm kind of leaning he's going to take this Vegas job now.
I mean, because this Vegas opening is quite a unique opening. I mean, you don't get these very often where it's not a coaching opening because the guy stunk. I mean, this is a playoff team. If they can win, it's a playoff team. And I think if you're Jim Harbaugh, you look at it and say, if Rich Bisaccia, with all they've had going on, they lost their head coach, they lost one of their best receivers, to a horrible accident. If all of that, and they could still go to the playoffs, that's a pretty good job. And you don't get those NFL jobs very often. Normally, if you leave Michigan to take an NFL job, you're getting Jacksonville or something like that. And, I mean, if you're Jim Harbaugh, if you really want to coach in the NFL again, you're not going to get many chances like this.
We'll circle back to this, obviously, later on. But when you listen to the way we even discussed yesterday, Michigan beat Ohio State this year, won the Big Ten. Next year, who do you think wins the Big Ten?
Oh, it's going to be Ohio State.
And they beat who?
Ohio State is going to beat Michigan.
Yeah.
But if you're Vegas, you're not going to beat Kansas City right now.
You're not, but that still gets you in the playoffs.
Right. So, I mean, again, Vegas is a 3-point favorite at home this weekend against the Chargers. They win that game, they're in. I kind of lean right now the Raiders are going to win that game. But, the weird thing about this, in the NFL, you've got to have elite quarterback play to win championships. And for a minute, Harbaugh had it with Colin Kaepernick. It was just kind of, a moment in time with Kaepernick. Yeah. He's not going to have that with Derek Carr, but Derek Carr is probably the best quarterback he's had since he's been at Michigan.
Derek Carr is top half in the NFL.
Yeah, I would say right there in the middle of.
Yeah, and I think you can.
Yeah, like you said, a lot worse
15
quarterback
to 18
situations in the NFL than Derek Carr.
Absolutely. I mean, Derek Carr is probably a top half quarterback. And you've coached in the NFL before if you're Harbaugh, so you know what you're getting into. It's not like you get to the NFL, you're like, holy crap, I did not see this coming. You've coached to an elite level in the NFL. So I think if you're Harbaugh, it would be easy, and I'm not saying he's doing this, but it would be easy to step back and say, I have beat my head against the wall. I have worked my tail off. And I finally beat Ohio State. And that's what I had to do just to get to the playoffs, and then I got my head bashed in. I look over there at Oakland. They fire a coach. They're hovering around 500, and they're about to go to the playoffs. And I'd be a hero if I took them to the playoffs. I mean,
and you don't have to hang around a year.
That's right.
And now lose to Ohio State again and crank all this back up. You ride out into the sunset. I beat Ohio State. We won the Big Ten. We didn't win the national championship, but I got my school back to where it is nationally relevant. Next guy, come take it over. Maybe it's Josh Gaddis. Maybe it's Bill O'Brien from Alabama, as some people report. And let somebody else take over my school. I got you back. You keep carrying on the fight. I'm going to go do something else. It's a good time to leave.
Well, my only fear for Harbaugh is how much control does he want? Because in the NFL, the reports were when he went out, he had lost the locker room with San Francisco. The players didn't like the antics of Jim Harbaugh. And we just saw how that played out with Jacksonville and Urban Meyer. Totally different personalities to a degree. Harbaugh, to me, has gotten even stranger. Like just watching him on the sidelines with Marty before that game, but some of the comments, it's like his brain is like, I don't know, it's kind of like
he's an odd bird. There's no doubt he's an odd bird.
But if I asked you, Brown, ownership group, that the owner is the strangest of 32.
Mark Davis has got to be up there.
The Davis family is a good place.
He's got the worst haircut.
Yeah, he's definitely got the worst haircut. I mean, if you just book by cover, which you can get in trouble doing, I'd say Mark Davis is pretty odd.
Yeah. Right, can you show us the haircut, Mark Davis?
Oh, Vegas, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're in Vegas with Mark Davis. I mean, it's a pretty...
That seems like a weird fit, though. I'm talking about the city.
No, I agree with you on this.
For Jim Harbaugh.
Well, the city and the franchise. I don't know. Harbaugh can be kind of a villain, and I've always thought of the Raiders as villains.
Yep.
I mean, that literally is Lloyd Christmas. A red-haired version of Lloyd Christmas.
Better teeth.
We'll circle back to the Harbaugh conversation coming up a little bit later on. And, boy, I'd kill to have that hair, to cut it badly like that
No,
day.
you wouldn't. Dunaway,
I like to have it. I want it hanging down my ears a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Dunaway, you are so much better off than that situation.
Yeah, I think so, too. I think.
No,
Thank you, Brown.
no.
Thank you, Brown.
I mean, don't you agree, Lance? Dunaway's situation right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think people look at you and they're like, okay, about every other dude has got a clean-shaved head now. People that look at that, they're like, what in the hell is happening to this guy?
Rockstar.
That was made up. That was made up.
No,
that's not real.
No, that's Carl from Sling Blade.
That is
Looks
not
like
real.
alfalfa.
I mean, if aliens landed on Earth and looked like that, I'd be like, we pretty much nailed them.
Literally,
That's
that is
exactly the way we always
Billy
thought they'd
Bob
look.
Thornton in Sling Blade cutting his own hair.
What is his net worth?
Oh, it's $1 billion.
Enough to where you wear that haircut and not give a damn.
A few billion. You saw that.
500 million according to the Google.
Yeah. Well, he spends a lot of money.
Well, you saw his house. I mean, he basically built the stadium, which is the Roomba, the black Roomba in the middle of the desert. He built his house to look like that, but I think he's got a moat around his house.
Yep.
I think you got to have a lot of money to have a moat.
Like he bought a mountain and built it on a mountain outside of Vegas.
But he's got
A
enough.
mountain and a moat. That's like medieval times.
He's got enough hair. The weird thing about it is
He can make it work.
He's got enough hair. He can make it work. And he's like, no, I'm gonna leave it looking like this.
Yeah. Hey, will you guys run here real quick and cut my hair? That's what it looks like.
But are you one of those that if you're his, and I'm going to use the air quotes here, stylist, do you tell people, hey, I'm the guy that cuts Mark Davis's hair, or do you avoid that?
I think I'll avoid that one.
All of his appointments are after hours. You do not want him walking in and out of your
now,
facility.
that would be a unbelievable bracket bet. Like we had to take a picture of him into like a Sport Clips and say, hey, look, this is the dude I want.
Oh my goodness.
I want the Mark Davis.
Well, I couldn't participate in that.
With a serious like look on your face. We got to have some kind of hidden camera. This is the look I've always wanted.
That looks like, the Raiders have built a new football facility there outside of the stadium. Nope, that's his house.
That's his house.
That looks like something you would see like in a sci-fi.
It really does. Right. He looks like,
the villain's
where the villain lives. Yeah.
Yeah. Bond's outside that wall, James Bond, and he's like, how am I going to penetrate the moat, the wall, across that pool, and get inside through the security doors without them seeing me?
And you get in there and Mark Davis is rubbing a cat.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you imagine the Vegas trash you could have in that pool?
Yes, I can. All right.
A lot of chlorine.
Bruce Pearl coming up in just a second. My friends at the University of Montevallo want to remind you that if your son or daughter starting to look for that college education, the 22-23 academic year, or maybe further down the road, now's a great time to start scheduling that in-person tour at the University of Montevallo. Go online, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Check out the 75 majors and a growing list there, and the new buildings that are going up, new business facility, new communication school, new theater department. My daughter's in school there now. She's in the theater department, new multi-million-dollar theater department with different stages and workrooms. It's a beautiful facility. Fantastic institution. 21 NCAA Division II scholarship sports, small class sizes. I think the student to professor ratio is 14-1. I mean, think about that. Every 14 students, one professor. That's the kind of atmosphere that your son or daughter would succeed in there. Check it out online, montevallo.edu. Find out why you belong at montevallo.edu. All right, Bruce Pearl in just a second on basketball. Last night in football, LSU loses to Kansas State. I was all dialed in on this game. And
I was till halftime.
Well, the first drive, they made Kansas State made a couple of third down conversions, long ones. The LSU was getting after the quarterback, and I was listening with my headphones in, so the whole house did not hear me watching this game. But I was screaming to the point where Maggie said, "Oh my God, do you have a stake on this game? I thought you told me LSU didn't have all their players." I said, "They don't. I do not have a stake on this game. I just think it would be a great 30 for 30 if LSU won this game with 38 scholarship players and a wide receiver playing quarterback." So I was all in on hoping to see the upset. And they gave a great effort early on. They just couldn't get them off the field with Kansas State at full strength. It was a blowout game, 42-20, not even that close, late touchdown, no kick on the extra point. I like the effort from LSU. They're just so undermanned. It was really sort of sad watching it happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was nearly impossible, and this number continued to go up and up and up. And I think
Where did it land?
I think it might have gone up to 11 or 12. Yeah. I was watching it, and I gave out Kansas State yesterday when it was like 8.5 or 9, and I just rolled with it because I thought there was just no way with 38 scholarship players and with Kirkland starting at quarterback that they were going to be able to win that game. It ended up going off at 9.5. But, it was 21-0, before LSU scored there at the end of the half. They had 12 first downs before LSU got their first down. Deuce Vaughn was on last night. Skylar Thompson playing his final game for Kansas State. He was on last night. So, again, it was nice to see Skylar Thompson go out like that. You would have loved to have seen LSU at more of full strength, but that just wasn't even a competitive game.
It was not. I mean, and you didn't think it was going to be. I did think, that last drive of the first half, they finally put it together. They drive down, they get a score. LSU had 3 first-half possessions, 3.
That's right.
I think the first 2 were 3 and outs, right? There was an interception, then a 3 and out.
I think it was an 11-play drive, 3 and out, a 15-play drive.
That's right.
3 and out.
The 11 and the 15 were Kansas State, obviously. Yeah, that they were putting it all on LSU, and they finally put it together and got the drive, and you're like, yeah, I mean, this team is showing a little bit of heart, but there was never part of me that thought that team was going to win that game. Kansas State was so much better, obviously.
How did this work out? Once they found out that Nussmeier, decided, hey, look, I'm not going to give up a year of eligibility for this 5th game, for this bowl game. Brad Davis, your interim coach, did he say, hey, look, who's got quarterback experience here?
Anybody ever play quarterback in high school?
And because, Kirkland hadn't taken a snap at quarterback since high school, since 2016.
I mean, he wasn't awful.
No, he wasn't bad. I mean, the numbers got a little inflated because you mentioned the last, I think, an 81-yard touchdown. I mean, before that, he had like 60 yards, but he made a couple of plays in the first half and, the ability to use those legs. But do you think he really raised his hand and say, hey, coach, I played some quarterback?
I think he did. And that's what you had to do in that situation. And he was better, obviously, than the 2 walk-ons, or the walk-ons would have been out there. Nussmeier was dressed, and the people who were not LSU people were like, they've got a scholarship quarterback. Why are they not playing him? Winning the Texas Bowl and burning a year of eligibility, I wouldn't have asked the player to do that. And if I was the parents of the player or the player, I wouldn't have wanted to do that. So I had no problem with Nussmeier not playing in that game.
That's on the NCAA more.
Yeah, that's right. To burn the eligibility, he should have been a waiver, and he should have been able to play in that game. And it would have been a little different. I don't know if it would have been a different outcome, but it would have been a little different of a game. But that's the end of all the bowls except now for the national championship game coming up on Monday. We'll be in Indianapolis thanks to all of our great sponsors there, including our friends at the JohnstonRVCenter.com folks up there in Decatur and Coleman. They're providing our ride to Indianapolis, and we're looking forward to that drive up on Friday after the show. In basketball last night, and we'll talk to Bruce Pearl here momentarily, let's do our Hemp Hill look at the games last night, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services, and included another top 25 SEC matchup.
Yes, our friends at Hemp Hill. Look, if something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, the first call you need to make is Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
They named the court after Dale Brown last night at the Pete Maravich Center in Baton Rouge, a long, hard-fought political fight to give that honor to the great Dale Brown while he was still alive. He was there last night to see that.
Why was that such a
unveiled.
big deal? Why did they take so long?
I don't know, because he has been gone from there forever.
He has. He was a divisive figure, outspoken, always fighting for players' rights, stepped on a lot of political toes in Louisiana. It's a very political state, and it just was a political hot potato, it turns out. And Wimp can tell us the story better when Wimp joins us in the next segment. But it turns out he had a player who was in state government who finally started fighting and pushing this through, Tim Brando rallying the Louisiana media behind it. And it became a very divided thing over the years to, put somebody's name on the court. The Pete Maravich Center, there were some people that believed it would take away from the Maravich name. But they finally did it, and thank goodness they did it while he was alive. And I thought the team played great. Unfortunately, Kentucky had a couple of guards go down, or one early and one late. They're playing without either one of their guards late, and LSU wins the game. And so did Auburn last night on the road. And Auburn right now, to me, still looks like the best team in the SEC.
Well, Coach Bruce Pearl will be happy to hear you say that, Jim.
Well, I don't know if he's happy to hear me say
If he
that.
knows the background of Jim, he won't.
If he knows my history of predicting games, he would not be happy to hear
Coach is
that.
on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. I mean, what a compliment coming in to the interview there by Jim, Coach. Hope you're doing well today.
Yeah. Well, we might have the best record right now, but there's still a long way to go to determine who the best teams. But I guess you guys wouldn't have a job if you weren't able to, make those sort of predictions, right? That's what you guys are paid to do.
That's right, absolutely. We're just trying to put food on the table.
Exactly.
We obviously want to talk about your team, but since we started there, from a very untrained eye as myself, this appears to be about as deep the top of the SEC has been in quite a while.
Yeah, it's really good. I had said at the beginning of the year that there'll be 7 in the NCAA tournament, and I don't know when we've ever gotten 7. And an outside shot at 8, but I think 7's a number that's very, very realistic. And as a result, we finished 5th the year we went to the Final Four, and that means there are 4 teams finished ahead of us. If you can finish, if you're an NCAA tournament team coming out of the SEC, you can get to the Final Four. South Carolina proved that a few years ago. Obviously, we proved it a couple of years ago, and so. It's going to make for. So the idea about who the best team is right now, you know what? That's why you play the games. There's just no way that anybody can not say it could be Kentucky, or it could be LSU, it could be Auburn, it could be Alabama, it could be Tennessee, it could be Florida, it could be Mississippi State. It's just too early to tell.
Can we talk about Walker Kessler? First of all, it's hard to find 7'1" guys walking around. Then you got a 7'1" guy that's got the skill set of Kessler, a guy that can shoot it, a guy that is a huge rim protector, and a guy that was at North Carolina. Just tell me how the process of Kessler leaving North Carolina and landing at Auburn, how that all went down.
Well, first of all, Stephen Pearl did a phenomenal job recruiting Walker, starting with his sophomore year in high school. And Walker was really slated to come to Auburn out of high school. His family are all Georgia Bulldogs, and they are great Georgia fans and a family. And so it's hard to try to, if he was going to go, North Carolina kind of took him out of that situation. And but we had done such a great job in that relationship that when things didn't work out great in North Carolina and he was looking to transfer, we had to beat Duke and Virginia and Gonzaga and Michigan and everybody else. He wanted to come home. His family has a place at Lake Martin, and even though he's a Georgia Bulldog, he always had a great respect and appreciation for Auburn and Auburn family, and now he's a part of it, and he's going to be an Auburn man in that family forever. The biggest thing about Walker is this: he's 7'1", but he's an athlete. He can move. He's quick. And nobody ever really believed it. I'm like, oh, my God, don't ever switch off on a guard. You can't guard a guard. And I'm sitting there going, no. You're going to switch off on a guard. And you're going to be long enough to contest a three-point shot. And if he takes it to the rim, meet him there and welcome to my world. and then in ball screens, people would drop cover him in ball screens and wouldn't let him get out there and extend. Well, guess what? We're out there having him trapping ball screens and extending ball screens, using his length and his athleticism and his quickness. Stop playing like you're 7'1", except when you're at the rim. there's 94 feet in a basketball floor, and 90 feet of that real estate is away from the rim. And act like it. And Walker's done a phenomenal job with that.
Yeah, got a run out last night, called for the ball, great pass, dunked it backwards, and can run the floor on the break as well. Bruce Pearl's with us on the next round. Where are you on your defense right now? Because I watch you guys play, and your defense is gritty. It's nasty. How much do you like your defensive team right now?
Defense just travels. Defense and rebounding win championships. That's the bottom line. And listen, again, I go back to our Final Four team, or one of my best teams at Tennessee. That was an Elite Eight team. They were my best defensive clubs. And you're going to have nights offensively where you're going to be hot or cold, and you're going to win or lose. When you're defending and rebounding night in and night out, which is a controllable. That's a control. But sports, you can't control a lot of things. You can control your defense and your rebounding. And that's what we've really focused on with this group. And they bought in. And we can and we need to get better, because we have as well as effective as we've been, we've still got plenty of breakdowns.
Coach Bruce Pearl on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You played that game last night without Alan Flanagan, and that's unfortunately been an issue for you most of the season. What is the update on him? And with he and Jabari Smith, Jabari was on the bench a good bit. I know you don't choose that, but I think you had to be happy about how your team responded to that.
Yeah, Jabari had some foul trouble in the first half, and it was great. Jalen Williams came in and played really well. Chris Moore came in and played really well. And that bench was terrific, especially, in the first half. And then as far as Al's concerned, guys, all year long, this COVID virus and the protocols, they're going to have something to do with what kids are available night in and night out. They just are. And so we didn't have a single COVID issue a year ago, and I've already had a couple, because obviously this Omicron variant is more contagious. Now, fortunately, the illness doesn't last very long, and it's not very serious. But the way the protocols are, if you're having symptoms and you're tested and you're out. And then, so anyways, that's going to be a factor. And you're going to see, there are going to be big games where, two kids are gone and they're not available. So perhaps our depth could help us in the long run this year.
You guys are obviously in a good spot. You've won 10 straight. You're 13-1. You're 2-0 in the league. But if there is something you guys need to work on to get better, what is it?
Well, I think we're turning it over too much, and that would be an issue. So we turned it over 21 times against LSU, 17 against South Carolina. Florida comes in. They're a really good defensive team. It's going to be interesting to watch the game tonight down in Florida with Alabama. Florida, Alabama, might be the best offensive team in our league, and Florida is one of the better defensive teams. And when I say that's interesting, because we just played a really good defense in LSU, we played a really good defense in South Carolina, and so it's going to be interesting to see. But we got to take better care of the basketball.
This team seems deeper than your Final Four team. Do you get tired of people like me asking questions, comparing you every year to your Final Four team? But we've only had one in our state, so it's our only comparison. But this team does seem deeper.
Well, you didn't compare last year's team to my Final Four team. So
well, I did, but not in a positive way.
Well, last year we were all freshmen, so that was part of our deal. We're deep, and the key is this. Can we continue to get better? While we're winning, and that's just a real focus for us. And so, this team definitely has demonstrated that we have a chance. We've got enough depth, we've got enough inside, we've got enough outside, and I think one of the most important thing is they like each other, and they're close. Now, we haven't stubbed our toe yet. We haven't faced a lot of adversity. Look, I tell you, the next 3 games. All right, we're 1-2 at home against Florida since I've been here. 1-2. All right, we're 2-4 at Alabama since I've been here. We're 2-4 at Ole Miss since I've been here. Okay, that's not very good, and those are the next 3 games. Now, we were also 1-3 at South Carolina. We're now 2-3, so that was a good step. But it's a grind, and that's why it's way too soon to decide who the best team in the league is. That's going to be decided on the court.
7 o'clock Saturday, Auburn Arena. If you cannot make it, ESPN2 as Auburn takes on Florida. The Tigers 2-0 in their SEC start. Coach, thank you so much for the time. It is always great talking with you.
Really good catching up with you guys. Take care. War Eagle.
You too. Take care, Coach. That is Coach Bruce Pearl with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, and they're taking us to the national championship. We're heading to Wimp Sanderson, a little bit more basketball conversation. That's the kind of show we are, not afraid to jelly roll it into the rim. Little cool saying there now.
That's very cool.
Yeah, Irwin Dudley, Dudley, the writer for AL.com, on a good story about the Jelly family out of New York City. It includes a player at UAB and a player at Alabama. Read that in the morning rounds this morning at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this. How do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number, 205-598-7000, or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2019, but I've been a beach bum for as long as I can remember. My folks took us down to the Gulf every summer, and even now, I can't wait to get back. Thanks to the freedom and flexibility of my new job, I know my next beach trip is never far away. In the meantime, I'm making great money, get paid to work out, and even have a take-home car to save miles on mine. Best of all, I spend my days helping people, sometimes on the worst days of their lives. That's a job that makes a difference. Not bad for a beach bum, huh?
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and on Insta.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Last night, LSU with a big win at home. Auburn gets it going in the SEC on the road with another win. We just talked to Bruce Pearl. Alabama and Florida tonight, 6 o'clock ESPN2. You can also hear it on the Alabama Crimson Tide Sports Network with our buddy Chris Stewart and Brian Passing. 3 of the next 4 on the road for the Crimson Tide. Brownie?
And the coach, Wimp Sanderson, is with us now on the Johnston RV Center hotline. The coach joins us each week, courtesy of our friends at the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Good morning. I'm not butting in by being on today, am I?
Coach, I mean, you can't complain about us talking about too much basketball. You always say, we don't talk enough basketball. We got Bruce Pearl and then you.
I was just kidding. A little bit.
A little bit. Just a little bit. We're only 5 minutes late. Coach Pearl was running a little bit behind. So we appreciate your understanding, Coach.
I understand. I can tell you anything you want to know about basketball games or football or whatever you want to know.
How tough a matchup is this for Alabama tonight at Florida?
Oh, I think anytime you go to Florida, it's hard. Difficult. They don't have they play 3-guard offense. They're pretty good defensively. They did not play against Ole Miss, so they're in a position where they're haven't not played a conference game and haven't played in a good while. So I think it'll be an interesting game. It'll be a hard game for Alabama. Alabama can win the game, not easily, but they can win the game, and we'll see what happens.
I mean,
last night, I'm going to say this about 2 things. Now, I've already heard about Auburn and how good they were. But the injury that Kentucky had cost them the game, and the 2 kids ran into each other. They lost Wheeler, and the other kid couldn't play for 20-something minutes.
Well, that was a heck of a screen, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's terrible. And then for Vanderbilt to go into Arkansas, regardless of whether Arkansas is in bad shape or not, and win by 1 was a catastrophic situation. So those 2 games, besides the Auburn victory, who had to go against a pressure defense and did a good job scoring 81 points.
We were talking about best teams in the SEC. We all agreed going into last night that Auburn probably is the best in the SEC right now. But I think it was Brown and I agreed that Kentucky was probably the second best team. And I liked LSU just in that spot last night. I don't disagree. I think if Wheeler probably plays the full 40, they win that game. And especially just, how chaotic the final minute was and how pathetic Kentucky was on that final sequence. But right now, I mean, if you had to say 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the SEC, I know it's early.
Ooh, early, yeah. Well, I'll go real early. Right now, after last night's game, I would probably say Auburn 1, Alabama 2. I don't know who I would say. I guess LSU 3. I still think Kentucky's in the top 4.
Yeah. See, I agree with you 1, 2, and I put Kentucky 3, Tennessee 4. I still don't buy LSU long run. That was a good win.
As smart as you are, you got it better than me.
Yeah.
Hey,
very smart.
I mean, give our audience is trending younger than it used to. Yeah. And I'm trending older than I used to be. Yeah. But I remember Dale Brown. I remember Dale Brown. He got the court named after him last night in Baton Rouge. Why did it take so long? How political was it? And what do you remember about Dale Brown and what he was doing at LSU back in the day?
Well, I never answer the home phone. You always call me on the cell. Mm-hmm. The other night, the home phone was ringing. For some reason, I wasn't too far away. I answered the thing to fuss at whoever was calling me, and it was Dale. and of course, I'm sure he's calling me to tell me. I already knew. Very political. They ended up, I think, with a former player on a committee that I don't know what kind of committee it was, but got it shoved through. He had very good success against Kentucky. He had some failures too. He had the 30-point lead against Rick Pitino and got beat, which is a big deal. But he's deserving. He's the winningest coach at LSU, a friend of mine, and so. Yeah, I think it was somewhat political, but they always are when you go to something like that. And congratulated him, and that was into. He had a good career. They had a Final Four team, and that was good. And Shaq, they were able to get Shaq, and he was a good recruiter. He talked a lot. So, he said the same things to me the other night. That he said how good I was, and all that kind of stuff. He always brags on you to make you like him. He was not going to sleep in the SEC tournament in Atlanta, and we had to end up playing him in the finals for the championship in Atlanta. We beat him, and so my only famous remark was I went down to shake hands with Dale, and he was asleep on the bench. And it got a lot of publicity. It was pretty good, so I thought, but. In the process of that game, he took his right hand and took his forefinger to the official and ran across his neck like the official was choking. And when he did, he got himself a technical, and that didn't win the game for us, but we played very well. We had a very, very good team, and we won it in the finals. But that was a Dale Brown story that I will never forget.
Former players were there. Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, the basketball formerly known as Chris Jackson, was there as well. And he was just, you guys, you remember him out of Mississippi as a high school star and just an incredible player at LSU and a really good NBA career. Were you ever in the mix to get Chris Jackson?
No. My pocketbook wasn't big enough. I wasn't able to get him. Now, I might have been, had we had the NIL. The NIL statement is one of the great statements you guys could talk on all day. I know Brownie could. Here's what the statement says. You can't use the NIL to entice players to come.
Yeah. Nobody's paying attention to that one, Coach.
No, that's right. But, no, I was not. I didn't have a shot at Chris Jackson. It got down to he and maybe Mississippi State, I think, maybe in that particular case. And he was a good player. I was glad to see Shaq there. I think Shaq was there. And glad to see the guys come back and support him. And it's always a great honor to have your name etched on the floor for the rest of your life. And congratulated to him.
The coach Wimp Sanderson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Can we get some football thoughts out of you?
We sure can.
Yeah,
we sure can.
The psychology of a rematch. You did it all the time in basketball. It wasn't a big deal at all. You play a team 3 times.
I think the word psychology that you just use is good.
Well, Nick Saban, that's his biggest strength.
Yeah, I think it's great for Alabama to be a 2.5-point dog. I think after you've beaten a team and then you go back and be the favorites with your kids psychologically, they I think we're going to beat them again very easily. But you got a chance to go in there and say, they have no respect for you or for us or what we've done. We're the bookies have said we're a 2.5-point dog, or I don't even want to say bookies, but whatever. But I'd wear them out on that. I would certainly get my football team as ready as I could mentally. They'll be ready anyway, but I'd certainly use that a lot. The one thing in this game that's going to have to happen. And the key to this game, the defense is always the key, and Alabama's better defensively than fans think they are. The key is the offensive line. The one thing that Georgia's going to do that they did differently, that they did not do last time, work a little bit harder to get to Bryce. And they'll do everything they can to get to him as early as they can because, the Cincinnati affected him a little bit. Cincinnati wasn't that bad. So I think here's the tweak. Instead of going up the middle, and they go up the middle some with Robinson, I think they'll throw it in the flanks some. I think they'll play wide. I think there'll be all reverses, and I think there'll be some short passes rather than long ones. Let me tell you this. He hadn't talked about it. He hadn't discussed it with anybody much. But John Minshew being hurt is a huge – this is not the same Alabama team. Now, I know they got another wideouts. I got all that. This guy was the leading pass catcher at Alabama, and he's not going to play. That's a pretty tough deal. So it's going to be a difficult game for Alabama, but being an underdog the way they are, I think that's good, and I think it's going to be a heck of a game.
You're always very transparent with us. Was there ever a team or a coach that got in your head, at least for a moment in time? Because I think everybody would agree Nick Saban is in Kirby's head.
Yeah, I agree. I think he probably is a little bit. Kirby's one because he was with him for 12 years. I worked for another coach that went to Vanderbilt, and when we played them, I was anxious. I don't know that this is probably not answering your question, but I was really wanting to beat them real bad when I played Vanderbilt. And I think the big game for me, one of the big games for me ever, was the semifinals in Knoxville when we played Vanderbilt to go to the finals. And I was tighter than a drum, and we were fortunate enough to win that game. And actually we won the championship. We beat Florida in the finals, Norm Sloan's team. So as far as coaches here, probably so. When I hang up, there'll be some other coaches that bother me. But I right now, and that's probably not a very good answer. But I have to think about that. Maybe I can help you next week. I'm not sure who got in my head. They all got in my head a little bit. It bothered me to play the game.
The conversation coming from Georgia's side seems like Kirby has told his guys, I made a coaching mistake early on. I put us in a bad scheme. I had a bad game plan. We'll have a better plan this time. Do you think that was a smart move on his part to play it that way? Listen, it wasn't your fault. It was my fault.
Oh, I think so. I think on his part, I'll take the responsibility of the loss. Now we've got it right now, because this group won't play each other again. We got it corrected, and we're going after Bryce as hard as we can, and also we're going to do a better job of protecting in the secondary. The problem is with Alabama not having the two wideouts, they only have one. Now I know they got another wideout, and the other kid, I can't think of his name, is a great player.
Jamison Williams.
No, I know Williams. But I think you're right. I think he'll kind of put the blame on himself. You talk about Lance made a good point there. You talk about somebody being up all night, every night. He's been up all night trying to figure out everything that they need to do. Now look, players win games, not plays. But defensively, effort really means a lot. In case you get blocked a little bit, you get up and you go to it. The 10-play series that Bill O'Brien ran against a Cincinnati team that was unknown defensively as what they were going to do was almost as good as the run as the 100-yard deal that they had against Auburn, and then to throw the pass to Slade to win the game. I thought he did a brilliant job. Yes, the players won the game, but I thought he did a great job in mixing up things and giving Robinson the ball and doing some other things, and that was huge. So, to me, that was very impressive. I don't know about other people, but it was to me.
All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. We were looking at this before you came on in the break. 15 games you picked. You went 13-2, if we've got this right. That was a pretty remarkable run by you.
Well, we were pretty fortunate. I had some guy text me today saying I missed the Michigan game. I didn't even think about the Michigan-Georgia game. I think LT got that. But I did miss on South Carolina, North Carolina.
Yeah,
that was a tough one to do.
Yeah,
those
South
bowl
Carolina,
games.
Yeah, they're tough.
They're hard to do. I dreamed the other night you were giving basketball blue plates. You don't want to do that, right?
Well, I don't want to give blue plates, but as we go through the season and get closer to, give us time to get 2 or 3 games under our belts. I don't mind saying who's going to win. I'm not going to give any line because I don't look at the line. But
okay.
Well, maybe on the fly the day of, because I've told these guys before, the college basketball number's not going to be put out until after midnight going into the next day. So, if you join us on Wednesday, maybe you look at it Wednesday morning, and if something jumps out, you don't have to give one every time.
Yeah.
Well, it'll help you out because you can actually go opposite what I say. If leaving out the Alabama-Florida game, Mississippi State and Missouri are not going to play, so I think Tennessee beats Ole Miss.
Oh, there you go. Tennessee over Ole Miss. That's Wimp's blue plate.
Not a blue plate. That's how we say that for football.
It's Wimp's basketball plate.
Wimp's dessert plate.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, presented each week by our friends with the Rental Works division of Crane Works, Coach.
Well, Rental Works Works is a great company, and David Upton is awfully nice to give me an opportunity to be on the show. Whether you have a in-home project coming up or a corporate construction job, you need to check out Rental Works, a division of Crane Works, and look on craneworks.com. They have everything from landscaping equipment to excavators. Check out their full fleet of everything that they have. So craneworks.com gives me an opportunity to be on. You guys do also. How's the show coming? I heard yesterday I was driving somewhere, and I heard y'all had been on 100 times. Is that right?
That is correct.
100 shows. You're on show 101 today.
Now, let me see now. Lance is not going to do any driving to Indianapolis?
Well, I was going to bring this up earlier.
Yeah.
I am willing to drive to Decatur. I think is that fair? First leg?
That's a big deal.
That's leg one, and then we get into JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yeah.
Sprinter,
and the Sprinter's got a bathroom and a refrigerator, so I figure you guys aren't going to want me to drive.
That'll be the
after
last
we
we see of Lance.
Yes.
Well, the refrigerator is important to
Correct.
It is, yes.
Yeah,
very much so. But I am willing to drive the first 2 hours, Wimp.
I don't like the game in Indianapolis.
I don't either.
I don't think a lot of people do.
Nope.
I don't think that's. I think it needs to be at a bowl with rose, cotton, orange, or something. I don't like that.
Yeah.
That's up in basketball country a little bit, and basketball country is my first love. But I think football has gotten where it's gotten. I don't like it up there.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds us of us playing the SEC basketball tournament in Tampa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let me just say, Coach,
we won it that year. I liked it.
They should. They should play this thing in Indianapolis 10 times before they ever play in Santa Clara again. Santa Clara was the worst spot.
Never in Santa Clara again.
Santa Clara wasn't too good. Yeah, this should be one heck of a game, and it's people ask me all the time. I don't know why they do, but it's a tough game for both teams. It's a tough game for Alabama. It's a tough game for Georgia. It's just a tough game.
Yeah.
And it's going to be difficult.
All right, Coach. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I love you.
Talk to you next week.
Yep. Bye-bye. That is Coach Wimp Sanderson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And part of our show being brought to you by Rockstars Guy.
Is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Did you know that Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area? You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Thinking of selling your house in the spring? You need to act now because January is one of the busiest months when it comes to listing homes. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
When we come back, a memory, the way I see it, I think we're about to do something that has never been done on this show before. And we're sort of like the Ravens who inherited the history of the Browns. I think that's right. Or did the Browns get their history back? Whatever. We have a history that goes back to a different show that we include in our history here. I think we're about to do something, at least I am, that has never been done in the history of this show. I'll see if I'm correct about this next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or Michelson. LaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The rematch is set. Alabama and Georgia for the national title in Indianapolis. And the next round will be there thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Culver's, Hemp Hill Services, and Dr. Pepper. Alabama football's chase for a national championship on the next round.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Bama in Gainesville to play Florida tonight, 6 o'clock, Crimson Tide Sports Network and ESPN2. 3 top 15 wins and 3 top 10 net wins. The only team in college basketball with 3 top 10 net wins, 3-0 right now is Alabama. So they've got the meat. And now they just got to finish off the mill in this SEC schedule to get a great seed in the NCAA tournament. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's today.
Yes, family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can always shop online. Go to Brombergs.com.
Zach Calzada is going to visit Auburn, and a lot of other news and notes happening out there, including DJ Durkin on his way to Texas A&M, according to sources and Bruce Feldman. That seems like that's going to be inevitable. He's going to be the defensive coordinator. We'll get into all the football and counting down to the national championship coming up at the top of the hour here. But for the final few seconds here, I want you to think in your head. For me, I can't remember if LT drives me from here to Decatur. I don't think I've ever been in a vehicle with LT driving before. And I don't say that as a joke or anything. I'm trying to think of a time that you have actually driven me anywhere.
We rode with, I know I rode with him to a restaurant during the building of this. And that's the only time, I think. And it was literally.
That's the only time you've known LT a lot longer than I have.
But I think that we all 3 were in the car. because we were in his car and we drove to a restaurant over on 280 when we were meeting here one day.
I'm trying to think.
No, I wouldn't have been in his car.
You were in the car.
In the back seat?
Mm-hmm.
I vaguely remember this.
Yeah.
I think Rockstar's right. I'm trying to remember another time I've been in a car where Lance is driving.
I remember in the day of the Ram truck, I drove a few times.
Maybe.
No, we drove the truck. Somebody else drove it.
No, well, we were going to an event.
I was in
sometimes.
attendance.
No, but I think during the day, a couple of times I've driven.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
I
not going to
drive.
completely rule it out. This will be by far and away, if he goes all the way to Decatur, to Johnston RV Center, for us to pick up the Sprinter, this will be the longest I think I've ever been in a car with him driving.
But are you guys good with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
No, I was just thinking, I don't know if you're a good driver or not. I almost feel more comfortable if Brown is driving. I'm used to that.
Yeah, that's fine.
And he is scary as hell driving.
Yeah,
I just don't know what I'm getting with you.
If you guys don't believe that I know how to navigate it up there, I'm cool with not driving at all. I was offering my services for a couple of hours.
And so that takes, Decatur takes an hour off the drive? And it's
No.
about a 7-hour drive,
2 hours.
hour and a half? That's not 2
Decatur's,
hours to Decatur.
Decatur's 2 hours.
Is that 2 hours to Decatur?
Yeah, at least an hour and a half.
Hour and a half all the drive. So now you and I only have to split up about 5 hours of a drive.
Oh, it's a little longer.
7 hours.
7 is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, watch this. Decatur is all of 2 hours.
Yeah. I would say I will take the next leg there.
So you're going to take the first leg in the Sprinter.
I know why, because Dunaway wants to drink on that final leg.
Yeah, when it gets to be icy and snowy in Indianapolis, because I feel like we're going to Alaska.
Yeah, you keep worrying about that.
I am worried about that. I'll let you take the black ice. Had to enunciate there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, I don't want the slick stuff when we get to Indy. So that's all you. I'll let you
I
handle
haven't
that
checked
and
the,
navigating to the location we're staying.
I haven't checked the forecast today, but it didn't look like we were going to have snow.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the snow. I'm worried about the ice.
I don't think it's an issue. I've tried to tell you this. I've looked. They're not worried about that.
So I'll drive through the south. You take us over the Mason-Dixon line. All right?
I'm into Yankee territory.
Friday, it is going to be 22 with a low of 7, and it's going to be sunny. Now, Sunday is going to be our dicey day, but we're going to have rain Sunday, but it's going down to 17. So we'll have snow and rain on Sunday.
Snow and ice there. Charles says, maybe for insurance reasons, JohnsonRVCenter.com should supply y'all a driver.
They aren't. It's an hour 12 minutes to Johnston RV Center from right here.
Okay, so an hour and 12 minutes.
So Lance, you get the first hour 12.
And that's to the Coleman location or the Decatur
That's
location?
the Decatur location.
Okay, perfect. 2 locations, JohnsonRVCenter.com. When we come back, college football on the road to the national championship. If LT can get us there, we're going to see one hell of a game. Why it could be different. Coming up next on the next round part of the show, being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Jimmy D, that's where you head right now to see the best firearm showroom in the state of Alabama, the best bow technical team anywhere. Nichols Outfitters has inventory and expertise to get your hunting season started right. Off exit 242 in Pelham, or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union. federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And our headlines this hour being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Whether you're in Indianapolis or Dallas or Miami or right here in Birmingham, Alabama, Mortgage Right has an office near you.
Hey, with another year done and dusted, you'll want to jump into 2022 with a mortgage company that can be trusted. Mortgage Right can help you ring in the new year with some cash in your pocket. Put your home equity to work with a cash-out refinance, consolidate debt, fix that rotting deck, or do what you need to get your financial house in order. Mortgage Right's team of experts eager to offer the tips, tools, and guidance to give your finances a boost. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Wendell Green throws in 22 points last night. Auburn beat South Carolina 81-66 on the road to win another SEC game. They've now won 10 straight games overall. Bruce Pearl on the show earlier to kick off the show. That's podcasted right now for you in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Alabama tonight at Florida, 6 o'clock, Crimson Tide Sports Network with Chris Stewart and Brian Passig, 6 o'clock on ESPN2. The Tide starting 3 of 4 games on the road. Tough SEC road game coming off the win at home over Tennessee in that contest. LSU beat Kentucky last night, 65-60. They named the court after Dale Brown last evening. In football news, Zach Calzada is visiting Auburn, according to Jeffrey Lee of Auburn Live of the On3 Sports family. 17 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, his biggest thing on his resume, the win over Alabama.
Calzada visiting Auburn. So it's got little legs to it now.
Well, it does. I mean, it seemed like at least a place he would need to consider because Auburn is very, very desperate for quarterbacks. I don't know what his value is right now. But Auburn is desperate for a guy that's got any sort of experience. We asked in a Calvin Equipment poll question yesterday, would you view Zach Calzada as an upgrade over Bo Nix? 53% no, 21% yes, 26% same guy.
Yeah, I mean, look, the only really good game he had was against Alabama.
It's a complete outlier.
Yep. I mean, it really was. Outside of that, I don't think he completed over 60% of passes in any game.
Yeah, I think other SEC West defensive coordinators and whomever is taking over at Georgia and will be on Auburn's schedule would not be fearful of Zach Calzada at quarterback at Auburn.
No. I mean, if you faced him in the West, I think you pretty much know what he is.
Cameron Ward, the unknown kid from Incarnate Word, would scare you a little bit because he seems to be a do it everything kind of guy who racks up yards, and he's still waiting to commit somewhere. At least you know what you're getting with Calzada, and I don't think that really scares anybody.
You don't know what you're getting with Cameron Ward, but there have been a lot of quarterback openings that have been open and have now been filled out of the transfer portal, and he's still not one of them. So I don't know what that says about him. I mean, most of the primo spots are gone right now. And still Cameron Ward is in the transfer portal.
I guarantee there's a lot of coaches that are watching film on him, though.
Oh, I guarantee you there are, yeah.
DJ Durkin, according to Bruce Feldman, it seems to be the guy that Texas A&M has zeroed in on to be the new defensive coordinator. He did an amazing job. You're right. You guys agree with me, right? Amazing
DJ
job
Durkin?
with Ole Miss this year.
Fantastic. I mean, I think he should have been considered for the Broyles Award.
Yeah, it was one of the most improved units in all of college football.
Yeah, the guy can coach, obviously. He's got baggage that everybody knows about if you followed his career. But I don't think his ability to coach defense has ever been in question.
All right, so those are some of the headlines, basketball and football for you as we get going in this hour of the show. Bud Light presents the show. We're in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, high above the Blue Lake Center, top floor here in our Double Down Media Studios. LTD&B, Rockstar, Lunsford, and Forrester all with you today. Forrester has a nice little package of about, it seems to be 19, 20, 21 cuts that I have in front of me here today. I want to hit a couple of them to give you a little bit of a mindset of where Georgia is. And LT touched on this with Wimp a little bit when we were talking to Wimp, also podcasted at nextroundlive.com in the first segment. First of all, the rematch. And here's Kirby on his mentality of going into this rematch, because this is the fascinating part about this game. We have seen it once. We've seen it once in a championship situation, and we're seeing it again with almost the same setup with Alabama, who won the first one, once again the underdog. And Alabama, once again, who won the first one, with a lot of people like me thinking, I just don't think they can beat Georgia. And here's Kirby Smart on the rematch mentality.
When you're playing a rematch game, I think, a lot can go into it in terms of, you got to be careful because you've got things in your games in your breakdown that might change this game in terms of, we didn't have the SEC championship game, obviously, in our breakdown, then the playoff game and what tendencies changed, what matchups you're looking for, who's in, who's out. There's a lot of things that go into it, but at the end of the day, you're really not as worried about what they're doing. You're worried about what you're doing and how well you can do that. It's the most important part.
Yeah, I think he was giving us an honest answer until the very end where he says, you're not really worried as much about what they're doing as much as what you're doing. He has been very, I think, honest, Brown, about saying, I made a coaching mistake. We did not have a great game plan the first time around. And he's telling his guys, we're going to correct that. Does that give you confidence in Kirby? Or is this going to be a spin the wheel, try something different, and it is almost Jedi mind games that plays into Nick Saban and his staff's favor?
Well, I mean, one thing I would say that, one reason you might say it would play into Saban's favor is because obviously Alabama, those guys are smart too. Bill O'Brien doesn't get this far without being a smart football coach. He's well aware of the fact that they had a set of things that worked against Georgia, and Georgia's not going to let those things work again. They're going to adjust that. So Bill O'Brien, over, whatever layoff where he worked on Georgia, and now that it's actually Georgia week, he's come up with those things that Georgia hasn't seen them do. And he's going to have some wrinkles that Georgia isn't ready for, just like Georgia's going to try to have for Alabama. So, I mean, it's one thing to say that, like, hey, I coached this poorly, I'm not going to make the same mistakes. So Alabama's also not going to do the same things they were doing.
That's right. It's almost, LT, like Alabama's one step ahead of them because you won the game already. They're adjusting to what Alabama exposed the first time around, and now Alabama could, instead of turn left, turn right in this game plan.
Okay, and I'm sure you guys have seen this. This doesn't happen a lot in college football. In the history of college football, we've had two teams ranked in the top 5 that have rematched, again, ranked in the top 5. And the 4 previous winners of those games all lost the rematch.
That's right.
Including 2011 Alabama against LSU.
Yeah. All of them. None of them.
Yeah, and just to let you know, so it was 2020 last year, Clemson against Notre Dame wasn't close. 2011 Alabama LSU wasn't close. Florida State 96, I think that was a little closer, but Florida still pretty much had that game in hand.
They won it pretty easily.
And then in 1959, Ole Miss over LSU wasn't close. I've got a feeling that Georgia's going to win this game by double digits. I really do. I think Mechie's that big of a factor. I don't think Brian Robinson is going to be able to come out. He went 204 on the ground against Cincinnati. I think he'll be lucky to crack 100 yards. I think Georgia's going to come out. They're going to be fired up as long, again, as Stetson Bennett does not crap the bed. I think Georgia's going to be just fine.
And therein lies your problem. And Alabama knows this, that in 2 games, Stetson Bennett has done just that against Alabama.
Well, and that is such a, when you look at quarterback to quarterback, I mean, it is a mismatch. As good as Stetson Bennett has been this year under circumstances, I mean, look, the X factor for Georgia is Brock Bowers, and I thought he was great in the first matchup against Alabama.
He was.
But the X factor for Alabama is obviously Bryce Young, your Heisman Trophy
here's
winner.
the thing, is teams, by and large, don't line up and run the football on Alabama right now. Alabama's been really good against the run, and they were the first time that they played this game. So you put it on Stetson Bennett and say, can Stetson Bennett beat us? We've played him twice. He hasn't beaten us. In fact, not only has he not beat us, he's cost his team against us.
Yeah, his worst 6 quarters of football has been second half in Tuscaloosa in the SEC championship.
That's right. And when you look at his SEC championship numbers, if you could take away the picks, he wasn't bad. But you can't take away the picks, and the picks cost them points. One pick was thrown. They were either in the red zone or right on the verge of the red zone. That's at least 3. And then another one was a pick 6. I mean, Lance, that's 10 to 14 points. Stetson Bennett cost them an interception.
It's well documented that Kirby is 0-4 against Nick Saban. The strange thing, all 4 of those games, Georgia's had the lead. In 3 of those games, they've led by double digits. And typically, when you have a Georgia-like defense and you're up double digits, you don't lose games like that.
That's exactly right. And they've let them get away for a variety of different reasons. Here is the man who doesn't want to be the savior. He just wants to do his job, Stetson Bennett. On if he could get one wish granted right now, if he could rub that genie bottle, this is what he'd wish for.
Would I prefer for Alabama, if they're going to change anything up, to send us an email this week? I would love that, but I assume that they won't. So we're going to prepare with what they've put on tape. We're going to stick with their tendencies just the same way I do every week, and be ready to adjust. Say they come out in completely different defense, but I'd be willing to bet that they're not, because we're here in the national championship. They're not going to change up and go, all, Arkansas on us. They're not going to do that. They're going to be Alabama, and we're going to be Georgia, and we're going to see who executes better. And if there is a wrinkle come Monday night from either side, then, whoever adjusts best to that will win the football game.
Stetson Bennett, turning into one of my favorite sound bites, by the way, except for the long pauses. I like the way he approaches interviews. I haven't seen a lot of Stetson Bennett over the years. I like the way he does interviews.
He's very comfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, very comfortable.
I like the way he does that. Now, the question is, can he be comfortable in the pocket? And, since the SEC championship game, that was the SEC championship game. It won Bryce Young the Heisman. Since then, it has also been the games that Will Anderson will play since he was snubbed from even being in New York. And if you listen to Will Anderson, who always seems like one of your favorite interviews, one of the most motivated people of all time, it seems like he has brought out a different edge, even to the edge he already had since he got snubbed for New York.
Yeah, I mean, I think Will Anderson could be a massive factor in this game. If you look at the first game, Jordan Battle had a terrific game. Again, I don't have coach's film, obviously, so I don't know. Jordan Battle had a really good game. Seemed like Helms had a really good game. Will Anderson's had great games all year. And to me, that's Will Anderson's got to make that guy right there uncomfortable. I mean, Stetson Bennett, you can't just let him. Stetson Bennett's not a great quarterback, but he's like any quarterback. You give him time to stand around and scan the field, he's going to find open guys, and he can get them the football. It is on Will Anderson and the rest of that defensive front to make him uncomfortable. And then the backside of that defense with Bowers. It's funny. They do this SEC in 60 where they've got, and it's been on this bottom right TV 1,000 times. It's got Alabama's season in 60 minutes and Georgia's season in 60 minutes. So it's basically just the cut-ups of the big plays. And when they show the SEC championship game, it looks like a Brock Bowers cut-up.
Yeah.
It's nothing but Stetson Bennett throwing to Brock Bowers, Stetson Bennett throwing to Brock Bowers, Stetson Bennett throwing to Brock Bowers.
Yeah, Alabama never found the answer to that.
They did not, and it didn't beat them. And I don't know that they can win that game just with Brock Bowers.
Well, it looked like Brock Bowers was going to be that guy against Michigan, at least the first drive. And then I'm not saying Michigan took that away, but, James Cook became that guy in the passing game.
Which could be a foreshadow to what could come in this one.
Yeah, so you give Todd Monken a little credit. I mean, he's mixed things up. This Alabama defense is going to be a much bigger challenge to me than Michigan. And again, if Alabama's going to win this game, it's going to come down to Bryce having another tremendous game and Alabama's defense, playing lights out.
And that was the thing, Dunwell, you sat there next to me in the Mercedes-Benz press box. And Lance, you watched the game. I don't know how much of this you saw, but I was stunned at the amount of guys running wide open in that Georgia secondary. Stunned.
Yep.
I mean, Bryce Young had a phenomenal game, but Bryce Young was throwing to some open guys. He wasn't having to fit it in windows. I mean, that is their weakness, is that secondary. That is their weakness. And I know you don't have Mechie, but
they don't have Sauce Gardner.
They don't have Sauce Gardner, and they don't have Kobe Bryant. Those guys are really, really good. And Alabama knew those guys were good. You saw their game plan, told you Alabama knew those guys were good.
But you knew what the difference was. It was Alabama's offensive line, and it was keeping the pressure off of Bryce Young. And look, Cincinnati was able to create some of that pressure, and I think that's going to be the challenge. I think it's Kirby Smart and Dan Lanning saying, look, you guys got embarrassed. You guys got manhandled. You're supposed to be this generational defense. You did it against Michigan. Go out, prove your worth, win us a national championship. It's going to be the guys up front for Georgia that are going to have to do that.
A couple of key stats from the SEC championship game to look at for this upcoming game and your reaction in the Farm Folio chat room as we continue on, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, 969-8100. Make that call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, it's been almost 20 years. When I went in, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind. After the procedure, which only took 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision, better than 2020. Write the number down, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, so if I said to you guys third down conversions in the SEC championship game, 3 of 12 for Georgia.
Yep.
And Alabama was 7 of 14. I mean, they stayed on the field 50% of the time, which was big for Alabama on a couple of those. But 3 of 12 for Georgia in 2 turnovers. Those are the kind of numbers that Stetson Bennett has to overcome to win this game. They got to stay on the field.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And a lot of that comes when your run game is ineffective, right? That makes third down conversions much, much more difficult. And Alabama was able to neutralize the Georgia run game the first go-around and put it on Stetson Bennett and make him be that guy. And you see what he was, 3 of 12 on third down and the 2 big interceptions.
Well, I thought third downs were important, but also turnovers. You talked about the pick 6, but -2 in turnovers. Anytime you're minus against Alabama, you're not going to be able to win the football
so hard,
game.
yeah.
So, look, you got to be able to protect the football. That's going to fall squarely on the shoulders of Stetson Bennett. Turning Bryce Young over has been very difficult, obviously. But, I think if you told Kirby right now you can be even in the turnover battle.
Yeah.
Just play clean football. Alabama's going to play clean football. Take your best shot. He would take.
Kerry, 0-0 in turnovers.
Yeah.
That's an advantage Kirby at
I
that
think
point.
it is.
Kerry reminds me of this, and I'd completely forgotten about it. He's in the Farm Folio chat room. That don't forget, Jordan Battle had that pick 6 in his hands.
That was
to
his
start
first
the game.
drive,
That was
right?
his first drive.
Yeah, and if you get something like that early on, then Bennett's head starts spinning at that point.
Yes.
And you may even see Kirby try to maybe throw JT in there. Who knows? Blake, LT, how many interceptions thrown by Georgia will it take to guarantee a Georgia loss, in your opinion?
Oh, I think 2.
Yeah.
I mean, Bryce Young's not going to turn it over multiple times. So, I think if Georgia loses the turnover battle, I think they're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, some of it depends on where the turnovers are. Again, I went back and looked. I was right. The first turnover which I think was Georgia's first possession of the second half. Alabama had scored on the deep ball to Jamison Williams. Georgia's driving back down, and they throw the pick at the 19. That's a point-costing interception. You're costing your team points right there.
That's right.
And then the other one's a pick 6, which leads right to 7 points.
I'm fascinated to see how this thing's going to play out because I do believe that Georgia's going to win this game. But even if Georgia gets up again in 4 meetings, Kirby versus Nick, Georgia's had double-digit leads in 3 of those games. And it seems almost like Kirby's coached the game differently.
Oh, he 100% has.
In the 2017-18 National Championship and in the SEC Championship game the first go-around.
And Bobby brings that up in the Farmfolio chat room, Brown, is when does Kirby not ever bring pressure? And he didn't try to pressure Bryce Young for the most part of that game. He wanted to rely on his 3 or 4 up front to do it without bringing extra people. And Bobby says maybe Kirby has finally figured that out this time, that you got to attack it differently.
But that has been, and again, it's when Alabama's been full strength at receiver, so maybe this changes a little bit. But boy, you've had to be picky about when you pressure Bryce Young. He's been really good against pressure, and he's very mobile too, and keeps his eyes downfield. So he's really good against pressure. I know everybody says that, and I think I think Dan Lanning and Kirby Smart had probably watched Alabama all year and thought, we'll get pressure with our front four. We're not going to have to bring pressure from the secondary or from the linebackers. But I would, you got to be picky about that with Bryce Young. He'll pick you apart if you start bringing pressure, especially when you have a secondary that can't hold up.
You may end up seeing a combination of 2 things: them bringing extra men now, but also bringing their DBs up to play a little rough with the Alabama receivers off the line.
Well, you better chuck Jamison Williams at the line,
because if
you
you're
don't
up there
get
with
him at the line, it's the band's playing.
And they're playing your song.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
All right. Appreciate all the comments there in the Farmfolio chat room, including this question from Chris. LTRU and Aaron Suttles doing a Bama and Bourbon for the championship game leading in. I went out last night and bought a little Woodford Double Oak and Jefferson's Reserve because of that.
Chris, I would love to tell you we are, but just because there's so many moving parts right now, it's a little difficult. We're just trying to work everything out. I think I said this last week. We're shooting to go again January 18th.
January 18th and a basketball version of Bama and Bourbon the rest of the way and keep the bourbon rolling.
Yeah, that's the plan right now. Would have loved to have done something yesterday. Next Tuesday is going to be impossible. It's a travel day for us. It's probably a travel day for Aaron. But the following Tuesday is what we're shooting for.
All right, that's a Bama and Bourbon update. And, of course, it's a new year here in the Double Down Media family. A variety of new podcasts will be rolling out, including the return very soon of the Mystery Fifth Hour.
All right.
That's coming soon. We're back in a moment on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Hey. On the field or in the office, you need a solid team and a strong game plan if you want to beat the competition. Xerox Business Solutions Southeast offers everything from printers to managed IT services, as well as hybrid work hardware solutions through our titanium partnership with Dell. For championship-level office solutions, get Xerox Business Solutions Southeast into your starting lineup. Visit xbssoutheast.com/win. Touchdown!
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, Now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Cardinal Roofing would like to inform you of a few cardinal rules for roofing. Shingle roofs should be replaced every 10 to 15 years. Damage from storms may be covered by insurance. Leaks are typical where vent pipes come through the roof or in a valley where two slopes come together. But the most important cardinal rule is to always call Cardinal Roofing for all your roofing needs. Cardinal Roofing is your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. 205-900-ROOF. That's 205-900-7663. Mention the next round and get $100 off your next roof replacement. Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Did you know there are many different causes to erectile dysfunction? Causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I'm so glad the Alabama Men's Clinic is right here in Birmingham. They've treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. And listen, men, this is one game you never want to be out of. And that's why the Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. As I told you, there are many reasons you could be having an ED problem, and you want to find out the answer. Most men wait years before they even address the issue with a doctor. Get rid of depression, get rid of anxiety, make a new connection with that special person in your life. Again, the number, 205-598-7000, or get back in the game at alabamamensclinic.com.
This hour, The Next Round, is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
The tradition of giving fine art continues with the Daniel A. Moore Alabama Christmas Gift Pack, including the new 2022 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar, featuring some of the most honored former Alabama players, one collegiate classic fine art print signed by the artist, and your choice of 4 Daniel A. Moore beverage mugs, all for only $79, a $115 value. Order now at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Back on the Next Round, Ross Dellinger is reporting something on the college football expansion and what the commissioners are doing. We'll have more on that in just a second. After we get Rockstar's viewing menu, it's brought to you every day by the great folks at New Life Art.
Hey, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years now. Call for more information. That Heisman print being done right now, 1-800-735-2787. They've also got the 2022 calendars available. To check those out, go to danielmooreart.com. There's
just something that I've had you notice that have had a beyond a lot of seasons that you've never even thought about or watched. Tonight, 7 p.m. on CBS, the 33rd season of The Amazing Race. I have never even seen a second.
Still on.
Well, you know, we had one of the girls on. She was like a twin. She was a photographer. Remember one of our former employees over at Jocks had her in studio. She came in. She was talking about The Amazing Race. Do you remember her at all?
I thought she was...
She was Amazing Race.
I thought the one girl, what's one y'all, Big Brother? I thought the one girl, that Danielle girl, was she on Big Brother?
Yeah, she was Big Brother.
That's the one I remember.
Yeah, okay.
I forgot about her.
There was another one, really unique name, but she was a photographer, and she was on Amazing Race.
I've never seen this one.
I've never seen it either.
I've never seen an episode of Survivor.
But Amazing Race, I wouldn't do the stuff they do. Like, they get in hot air balloons and jump out of planes. And
those shows, I mean, it doesn't seem as though they would be cheap to make, but they must be cheap to make.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you don't have to pay the cast that much.
And no writing.
That's reality
writing.
TV. You don't pay the cast, and the production is nothing.
Still, you're all over the world, man. I mean, it would seem like it's not crazy cheap to make.
And you got 2 good movies tonight, 7 p.m. on TMC Extra. I do not know how to pronounce it, if it's Ex Machina or Ex Machina. Lunsford said it's Machina. So Ex Machina is a really, really good movie, really original concept about making a robot girl.
Oscar Isaac is great in it. Forgot the other kid's name, kind of the blondish, sandy blonde hair.
Yeah. And then 9 p.m. on Cinemax. It was a good book, an okay movie, A Simple Plan with, you brought up Billy Bob.
I thought it was a really good movie.
Good movie.
Yeah. So Billy Bob Thornton, Gary Cole, who plays Lundberg in Office Space. He's a bad guy in it. Bill Paxton is great in it.
If you find a crashed airplane with a bunch of money, what do you do with it?
Yeah, have you guys ever seen A Simple Plan? You'd really
I
know.
have not.
Yeah, so they're in Minnesota, and they're just out in the wilderness. They're out hunting, and Bill Paxton comes across a plane, and it's got a duffel bag full of money.
Ooh.
And the dilemma is, what do you do in that situation with it?
Yeah, that's like when you're out in the ocean, and I saw this story not long ago. Like this family had just chartered a boat, and they're out fishing, and a couple of kilos, I don't know how much, of cocaine floats up. And they're taking pictures holding it up. I'm like, there ain't a chance I'm in a picture with that stuff.
No.
Get away.
That's when you tell your kids, don't get it in the boat, fire up the engine, let's go.
But back to A Simple Plan, not to give it away because the movie's 15, 20 years old now, but if you came across the pilot is dead, the body's been decayed, it's such a remote area, he knew it from hunting, I probably mark it. I come back a couple of weeks later. If it's still there, then I take the cash, I go through the cash, I bury the cash for another year. I figure a way out to be able to do something with that cash.
You think Llewellyn made the big mistake on No Country for Old Men when he was sleeping? He's like, I got to go back and give that guy some agua.
Yep, that was the problem.
It sounds like the movie idea I pitched you guys, that there's a drug dealer organization,
right. Cartel.
Thank you, Jim. That is running their business through a drive-through, like the cash and the drug handoff through a fast food drive-through. They've got a system.
I heard that's going on here in Birmingham, by the way.
No, you didn't.
I'm not kidding. I'll tell you and break the place.
That it's a fast look at ton away, right?
Well, it's a one-off.
You want sex? No, number 6.
It's a one-off. It's not like a major chain that you would know.
Oh, it's not.
Scrape that out there.
Because the line at this place is long.
No.
Let me see. Yeah, it is. I noticed that the other day too.
Yeah,
it was a weird time for it.
Yeah, I don't even know the name of this place.
So anyway,
actually, but I know where it is.
all right. So here's my movie plot. So a cartel is running a drug operation through a drive-through window. That's where they pass off the drugs and the money back and forth. And a family gets out of order in line, or they accidentally
paid it forward.
No. One of the employees gives them the bag of money, and they think it's their food, and they drive off and they've got the money, and now they're trying to figure out what they do.
Yeah, and now the cartel
they're in the car behind them.
They've got to off them because they know
right.
the secret.
They know the secret. Terrible movie.
Yeah, see,
that's a good plot.
That's your dilemma. Even if you take the money back, you're probably
done.
That's
right. You the family has no win. They keep the money, they're done. They take the money back, they're done. Throw the money out the window, wave, and keep driving is probably your best bet at that point.
Tommy Firestick, hell, there's a hand car wash here in Montgomery doing that. You used to work in a car wash, LT.
I did.
You could do a lot of things in a car wash.
Walter White had a car wash.
Well, that's how he laundered his money.
You've got to figure out. I know a guy that had some laundry mats that laundered his money through those.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Any cash operation, that's the way you do it, as I've seen on Netflix. I don't know that.
Ozark coming back soon. By the way, there's a Janet Jackson documentary that's about to drop. She tells her side of the story of the wardrobe malfunction and growing up with Michael and the Jacksons and all of that. Is there any interest from you guys in Janet Jackson?
Not particularly.
Not at all.
Did you like Rhythm Nation?
Oh, Janet Jackson's talented. I'm not saying she's not talented, but I've just
never been a big fan.
I mean, how far removed are we from the wardrobe malfunction? I really don't care about it anymore. Like Miley Cyrus had one the other night. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Yeah, during the New Year's Eve celebration.
One of the New Year's Eve, she had on a very small top.
Yeah, she's very allergic to clothes.
Yes, which came off.
She likes to get that tongue out too.
Yeah. But I mean, she handled it well as you could.
One of the best birthday cakes in the history of birthdays, right?
I don't know.
You don't remember it?
Is there a picture?
I don't want you. Don't pull it.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yes, and now I do.
Yeah, there you go.
When you got Lance telling you to censor, you got
That's right. Don't pull that birthday cake.
All right, that's what Rockstar is watching tonight. What Dellinger is saying about the commissioners of their meeting this weekend in Indianapolis and the playoff expansion after Brown tells us about the great folks at Tom Beckby.
Well, Tom Beckby is an Alabama company, Jim. So let's start right there. They were looking for great-looking outdoor clothing that was also great in the city, great at work. So they designed their first jacket in 2015, and since then it has been a great line of time-tested rugged material equipment and clothing. You can see it for yourself at the Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village. The Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, or go online, tombeckby.com. That is BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
The commissioners of all of the conferences in college football and Notre Dame, their AD, meeting again in Indianapolis about the format of the college football playoff. And Heather Dinich reported yesterday that they're not worried about blowouts in the semifinals like we have been wringing our hands about for the last few years. They're worried about the actual format and to stick at 4, to expand to 6, 8, 12, 16, whatever your number is. So what do you think, according to Dellinger sources, they plan on doing this weekend with the clock ticking on if we're going to change the format or not? What do you expect them to do this weekend?
Probably do what they've done all along and kick the can down the road.
They're using the phrase "put the proverbial ball in someone else's court," according to Dellinger.
Which is another way of saying what?
Yes, kick the can down the road. In summation, he says the commissioners will place the proverbial ball in the court of their superiors, back to the school presidents, for them to decide later on. And it looks like we are right now trending towards not changing the playoff format until this deal runs out in 2025.
Wow.
That's a long way to go.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with how much steam this has got behind it and how much money can be made.
I mean, generally, like the whole reason, not the whole reason, but it seems like the accelerant that got us from the BCS era to the playoff was Alabama and LSU rematching for the national championship. And now here we are in the playoff era. This will be the second time the SEC has had both teams in the national championship game.
But I think
and we've only had a playoff since 2014.
I would say that these two teams playing in the 2017 season, 2018, got us to talk about expansion a little bit.
It seemed to start the talk like, oh, well, crap, we've done it again. So now we've done it again.
So again, seems like it's time to talk about expanding again or getting it done. I don't understand the holdup, and I don't understand why the Pac-12 and to some degree the Big 12 and the ACC, but specifically the Pac-12, is not leading, like, follow me, guys, to college football expansion. Let's go expand.
You've had, how many years have we had this playoff now?
Since 2014.
14, yep.
Yeah, so eight playoffs.
Yep.
You've had 2 participants from the Pac-12. Only one's ever played for a national championship, and that was in year 1 with Oregon. The other was Washington. I mean, these teams haven't really even been close.
And it seems like it's getting further and further away for the Pac-12.
How long ago?
Closer.
How long ago does that Bama-Washington game seem?
Forever ago.
Do you know that game was played in the Georgia Dome?
Yeah, in the actual Georgia Dome.
The Georgia Dome. I'm not confusing Mercedes-Benz Stadium. That game was played in the Georgia Dome.
And Lane Kiffin has had 2 head coaching jobs since
That's
then.
right.
But,
it's incredible.
Just expanding this playoff, all it does is beef up television contracts. You're still going to, in my opinion, it's not NFL like the college game's not. In the NFL this year, you can get some teams from the wild card round that won 10 or 11 games that can make a Super Bowl run. I don't see a team in college football being able to do that. If we had 12 teams in this year, we've still got Georgia and Alabama playing in this game.
Very likely, yeah.
But what could happen with an SEC team, all right? What could happen with an SEC team? And I think this is the only conference, the SEC, especially where you're going with Oklahoma and Texas, is that you could have a team that misses a 14 playoff that could make a run. I go back to an Alabama team that just drilled Michigan State down at the Citrus Bowl. Remember that team?
Yeah.
They had was that the Kick Six team? Was that Kick Six? They ended up they had to go to the Sugar Bowl, right?
That was the 2010 team. The drill Michigan State at the Citrus Bowl.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the Bama 2010
Seems
team.
like it's been more recent than that. Anyway.
Well, they drilled Michigan State in the semifinals. You're not thinking of that one.
No.
Okay.
They got everybody healthy. They had been beaten up through the years. And if you're on a 12 team and that team had snuck in as a wild card 9, 10, 11, they get that offensive line healthy again, like they were for that bowl game, then all of a sudden that team could look different.
the year if Tua hadn't got hurt and Alabama's left out in that LSU Alabama year, right? If Tua doesn't get hurt and they win down there at the Iron Bowl and their only loss is to LSU and that team is in the playoffs. I mean, that LSU Alabama game in Tuscaloosa with a little beat up Tua was a fantastic football game for Alabama to play that one again. So there are scenarios where I think a SEC team that, and I know we've had a couple of times we've had two in, but I think there's an occasion when that third team or the second team that's not part of a four is left out that they could make a run and be in the championship game. Maybe not win it, but make the run to make it to the championship game again.
Yeah, I mean, watching Ohio State, you would have said this about Utah for the first couple of quarters in that Rose Bowl. That's a team that nobody wanted to play, and I think they pointed that out on the broadcast. But then by the end of the game, you were like, this Ohio State offense is probably unstoppable right now.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
I don't think they could stop anybody defensively.
No, it'll be a shootout if they win it.
I mean, go back. I mean, there were a couple of Ohio State one-loss teams that got left out. Those teams were really, really good. Like I think the team that lost to Purdue in the Rondell Moore game, that team was really, really good. I mean, if they get in, that Ohio State team has the skill set and the talent to make a run.
We get a lot of this in the Farm Folio chat room when this comes up is why are we expanding? We can't get two good semifinal games right now, but that's their hope, I think, is we can expand and get some good games. The semifinals may still stink. I mean, if it listen, you could add a 12-team playoff if it was Bama, Cincinnati, and Georgia, Michigan, the semifinals were still going to stink. Those two teams, Alabama and Georgia, were so much better than Michigan and Cincinnati. It was still going to stink. What they're hoping is maybe we get some better games leading up to that. And when you look at the TV numbers, they were very disappointing. Georgia, Michigan, Cincinnati, Alabama was still 16 million viewers.
That's
right. A lot of people watching a game.
And drop the Rose Bowl number.
Well, the Rose Bowl, and that was going to be my point. The Rose Bowl was at 16 million as well, just short of 16 million, 15.9. So it was just barely behind the two semifinal games, right? So now you lump that number into a college football playoff TV contract. The Sugar Bowl, a meaningless game, Baylor and Ole Miss, 9.5 million people. It's hard to get 9.5 million people to watch a college football game. So now you lump that number into the TV contract. The Fiesta Bowl was 8 million people. Oklahoma State, Notre Dame.
Yeah.
It's not even a sexy game. So that's what they're hoping.
Lunsford pointing that out in the chat room from the back row for our chat room folks. I'm on the Farfolio chat room. Bigger playoff, better games like Utah and Ohio State early on. And you know what? Maybe Utah or Ohio State upset Cincinnati, and the Ohio State-Alabama semifinal game is a better game.
And that's the reason they want to do this, though, is because they can take those numbers I just gave you, which all those numbers are the biggest TV audiences in college football this year, right? I mean, there are not many games in the regular season that are going to beat those numbers. So they can take that and they can package it together, and they can go to ESPN or ESPN and Fox and CBS or whatever and say, okay, here's the big package. This is what it's going to cost. And now you got more money. That's why they want to do this.
And by the way, they will pay whatever that number is.
I would think so. I would think so because they're desperate for the programming. It's why not everybody. A lot of people complain about we got too many bowls. We got too many bowls because people watch them.
That's right.
I don't think we got too many, but people watch them.
Nobody complained about the expansion of the NFL playoffs last year. I mean, how exciting was Wild Card Weekend?
Yeah. Well, it was a great move by the NFL, in my opinion, having those games, that extra wild card game.
Yeah, and basically you get half the teams. You get 14 of 32 teams now in the playoffs, and nobody says a word about it.
Nobody complains about it. And you know what? I think there's too many bachelors and bachelorettes. You know
why there are too many?
The people watch them.
Well, ABC keeps churning them out.
Like this Amazing Race. Did you say 36 tonight?
33 for the Amazing Race.
Yeah. Well, obviously people are watching it.
And Bobby may have been joking, but it does seem like he's right. 42 seasons of Survivor because they do 2 a year.
Fast and Furious, I think, is on 10.
Yeah.
And it should be, if they don't call it Fast 10 your seatbelts, they are crazy.
Hey, by the way, one of the big movies projected for 2022 I saw on Variety this morning is another Spider-Verse movie is coming out in 2022.
Are you talking about the animated version?
Yeah, Into the Spider-Verse.
So another Spider-Man movie is expected to be one of the bigger movies of the year in 2022. Didn't we just have it? That one's in the theater now?
I saw the 2021 box office numbers. 30% of it is Marvel movies.
Yeah.
Over 30%.
That's believable.
Yeah. I've got the Variety list for you. I'll show you how many are projected. The big movies, all superhero movies.
Those are the ones that people are going to see.
Yeah. All right. Part of our show today being brought to you by that great Farmfolio chat room over there. AB from Huntsville, welcome in, man. Glad to have you in the Farmfolio chat room.
If you're worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash-flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
All right. When we come back, Nate Oats on the Tide and the Gators tonight in Gainesville, what he says about shooters got to shoot.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Our friend Woody, who's a really good golfer, tweets in, "Congrats, guys, on 100." I think he sent me the same exact tweet the last time I played golf with him. Congrats on 100, Dunaway.
Did you quit at 14?
Yeah.
I bet he's not playing golf today.
I don't know with him. He plays golf in some weather I would never play golf in.
Yeah, see, Brown, you will not play golf in really cold weather.
I've done it. It's not fun. I mean, I got to be pretty desperate.
But, I mean, Woody plays more golf than you.
He
Do you think
does.
he would play in weather like
If
this?
he had to, yeah. Yeah, I think he would. Really, the issue with cold weather golf is riding in the cart. If you walk, you can play in pretty cold weather because you're walking.
Yeah, you
get
get a little
moving.
body
Yeah.
heat going, right?
Yeah.
And you're always moving, and it's sort of like running in cold, right?
Yeah, but it's the hands. You got to have good gloves.
Even with the windshield?
Yeah, it's rough, man.
Still whips around the side there.
Rough. I'm make it sound like it's rough.
Underwater welder.
He's a soldier.
It's a tough one, man.
Cowan Equipment brings our poll question every day. We'll send out a couple more. Brown will update what we did yesterday. Always vote at Next Round Live, and we appreciate you guys voting at Next Round Live right there on Twitter.
Hey, Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round on our new venture, Show 101 today. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, for more information, cowan.com.
Some recent polls. Is Pete Golding doing his best coaching? 84% of you said yes, 16% said no. I'd like to know where the 16% thought Pete Golding's best coaching was.
Well, they might have said last year. Again, you remember the adjustments after that Ole Miss game. I mean, that was a shutdown defense in the second half of the season.
Just threw up a 6.
Have you ever heard it called a bogeyman? 74% said no, 26% said yes.
Okay, pause right there. Let's play that
pause.
soundbite again. Cut 13, Rockstar. We'll come back to the Nate Oats bite in just a second. Cut 13. If you missed this was the news conference back on Monday or Tuesday.
Yeah, I believe it was Monday.
Lane Higgins, fantastic reporter, I'm sure.
Really, who's she work for?
Incredible.
Indianapolis Star, something like that.
I think she's Georgia.
Looks like a former librarian I had, by the way.
Interesting.
Lane asked this question. She pronounced it bogeyman.
Sort of bogeyman quality for Georgia.
Started
in
up
that
before me,
they're-
Rocky.
Okay, Wall Street Journal, by the way, Dunaway.
Wall Street Journal. How about that?
Yeah.
Smarter than all three of us
The
put
old
together.
WSJ.
Yeah, do it.
are the benchmark to which this program is often compared.
First off, what is the bogeyman? What did you reference it as?
I said Alabama is a bogeyman to Georgia football.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that is, so it's hard for me to answer that question other than they've also been a problem and a thorn in every single team they played besides just ours. You got to play well. You got to play well in the red area. You got to play well situational football. You can't turn the ball over and expect to beat good football teams. And those are things that we have done when we played them. We turned it over, and we can't do that. But as far as the mental capacity and mental mindset of our guys, they're excited. They earned another opportunity to go play a really good football team, and we've got a really good football team. So our guys are physical, excited, and looking forward to this opportunity on the biggest stage there is.
You wish Lane Higgins would have said, look, let me tell you what a bogeyman is. It's the guy that has ripped your effing guts out every time you've played.
It's the guy you
Nick
see when you
Saban.
close your eyes at night. That's the
You look
bogeyman.
under the bed.
Wait a minute, Kirby. You know what it is.
He holds you in all those memes. That's who the bogeyman is.
It's pretty funny. She, January 3rd, I was looking back at her Twitter handle.
Brown's on a wormhole.
At Lane Higgins 70. Well, I'd never heard of her, so I was trying to figure out who she was. She retweets it from dictionary.com, and her response is tomato.
Yeah.
I mean, I at least appreciate the
From
fact that
dictionary.com, do they spell it with 2 O's or 1?
they spell it B-O-G-E-Y, man, which bogey, that's how I would spell bogey.
Yeah.
But it's got the pronunciation. Well, it says you can pronounce it either way.
Yeah, how about that?
Pronounce it either way.
Tomato.
Hey, so Georgia fans, I mean, look, they've got to be happy where Kirby's got this program right now. But if they do lose again on Monday, I mean, there's not going to be the narrative of Kirby can't win a championship for us, is there?
No.
I don't know. These are Georgia fans. It's a very
well, I mean, maybe they'll say that, but they're not going to say let's change coaches.
No,
because
he's not
Georgia's
on the hot seat.
one of their own, and he's in the national championship game again. You don't want to go back to where you were, or even worse than where you were before Rick, back to the days of always losing to Florida and Tennessee.
I mean, an example would be Kevin Stefanski's probably not a good example. If Cleveland ever got a coach that was winning 11 games, but they were, I'll tell you a good example was Marty Schottenheimer when he coached them.
Yeah.
They love Marty Schottenheimer, but they just knew they were jinxed, so it was
Marv Levy. I mean, he's a great example.
Yeah. Buffalo with Marv Levy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, we're really, really good. We love our coach, but we're Bills fans. We just can't get over this hump. I mean, I think that's going to be more the feeling.
John Madden every year except one. He won one Super Bowl, but it was in the playoffs and had maybe the second best team every year. Pittsburgh and the Miami Dolphins, different times. Tonight we got basketball. We got the Tide and the Gators. We talked to Bruce Pearl earlier about Auburn's win. Here's Nate Oats, cut number whatever that is, Rockstar, with Nate from yesterday's news conference before they left town, talking about Shackelford and Quinterly and Keon Ellis when they're slumping, what they got to do tonight and other SEC games to get out of those slumps.
We play the way we're going to play, and I didn't want our shooters passing up open shots. And if we'd made a bunch of major adjustments, we probably wouldn't have hit those 3 threes we hit that won us the game in the last few minutes of the Tennessee game. So, we're just going to tell our guys, if you're open, you're a shooter, we're not passing up shots. And told Keon and Shaq both that, and they both hit, Keon hit 2 big threes, and Shaq hit a big 3 late in that game. And I think eventually, with as good as shooters as we have, they're not going to stay cold forever. And Shaq's been really hot in practice. Keon Ellis has been making a lot of shots. Quinterly's starting to make shots at a lot higher rate in practice. So I anticipate us shooting the ball a little bit better here moving forward.
You know what sucks? And you guys haven't looked ahead, I don't think. I don't get to go to the Auburn-Alabama game next Tuesday night. We'll be driving back from Indianapolis.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
It's the one in Tuscaloosa.
It's going to be a big, big game.
Figure we'll probably be listening to that.
Yeah, I would have to say.
Hopefully, maybe you have it dialed in and pulled it up on the phones or on a TV in there. But that's,
I'm sure I'll be driving, so one of the two of you will have to do it.
Oh, you think it's an 8 o'clock tip?
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock, I believe. But I don't have that firm there. I'll check that out.
I was sitting at the Davidson game. Keon Ellis passed up an open shot early in the game, and you could hear Oats scream across the court, "Shoot it, Keon!"
Yeah, shoot it, man. You got to shoot it. But Alabama and Florida first tonight. Next Tuesday, it's that first Auburn-Alabama matchup. Could be the first of 3 or 4 this year with 2 of the better teams in the SEC. When we come back, Barrett Jones talks football with us. Part of the show being brought to you by the Alabama Men's Clinic. I've been telling you for months now, one of the best decisions I made was getting my testosterone checked. A low T problem can lead to sleeping issues, energy issues, workouts not being the same, a flip in your libido. Not the problem anymore. Why live a life that's less than? Get your life back with the Alabama Men's Clinic. Your problem in your life could simply be just a low testosterone problem. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic can help you out. Go by there, get a medical consultation and blood work done. If medically advised and you start your low T treatment that day in the office, your first visit is free. Doctors on hand, beautiful location right there in Homewood. Set up your appointment today by calling 205-598-7000, 205-598-7000, or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. Get your life back. Live the life you're meant to lead right now with alabamamensclinic.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
The rematch is set. Alabama and Georgia for the national title in Indianapolis. And the next round will be there thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Culver's, Hemp Hill Services, and Dr. Pepper. Alabama football's chase for a national championship on the next round.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The rematch is set. Alabama and Georgia for the national title in Indianapolis. And the next round will be there thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Culver's, Hemp Hill Services, and Dr. Pepper. Alabama football's chase for a national championship on the next round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So you're telling me Barrett's too busy to
Barrett will no longer
Zoom us?
Zoom. He will no longer join us on video. He refuses.
Really? He's going to do that to us?
Yep. Barrett's big time now, man.
Hey, we're back with you now in the next round, halfway through the show. This hour of the show is hour number 3, and we will get to Todd Ferman in hour number 4 already today. Wimp and Bruce talking a lot of basketball with us, Wimp Sanderson and Bruce Pearl. Auburn wins last night 81-66 as we do the headlines here, which is brought to you by the great friends at Oats. And, of course, LT.
Rockstar, it's Wednesday night.
Trivia.
Oats team trivia. Come join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. We haven't actually done this in a couple of weeks now. So come out, celebrate 2022. Me, Rockstar Will Haver, will take the stage about 8 o'clock. You can get there a little early, enjoy some of that incredible food. Rodney Davis has been cooking up for almost 3 decades now, including the burgers, award-winning wings, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Get out. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern, located right there in Crestline Village.
Thank you, Roger, Jerry, and Jason. Alabama hosting Auburn next Tuesday, 8 8 o'clock tip. It's an 8 o'clock tip for that one. Your headlines: Auburn beat South Carolina last night, 81-66. Wendell Green with 22. Wade Kessler, 12 and 10, another double-double. Auburn's won 10 straight now. LSU beat Kentucky last night, 65-60. Bama in Florida, you just heard from Nate Oats. 6 o'clock ESPN2 tonight. Also Crimson Tide Sports Network with Chris Stewart and Brian Passing. That game in Gainesville tonight. DJ Durkin looks to be the target for Texas A&M to be the defensive coordinator for the Aggies, leaving Ole Miss if that works out. Bruce Feldman, the first to report that. Feldman also reporting there is interest between Jim Harbaugh and the NFL and Jim Harbaugh. One of the names mentioned if Harbaugh leaves, Bill O'Brien, OC at Alabama. Zach Calzado is visiting Auburn. That, according to Jeffrey Lee of Auburn Live, as part of the On3 Sports family, as Calzado looks for his next home. And an Auburn High kid that went to play at Florida, Muhammad Diabate is the way I'm going to say it. 4-star linebacker, 3 years at Florida, on his way to finish his career at Utah, bypassing Auburn and the SEC to go to Utah. It was a big get in the portal there, according to 24/7. Those are your headlines.
All right, Barrett Jones is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline now. He's presented each week with us by Gus's world-famous fried chicken. What's up, Barrett? How are you?
Kind of always feels like the extended headlines, and you guys have me on hold. Like, is it me? I mean, is it because I phoned in today, not Zoom?
Did you go extra long?
No, I'll be honest. I went 2 minutes there because I really didn't know whether your phone call was up because I couldn't see you like usually. If you'd have been sitting there in our big screen in queue, I would have gone quickly because I would have seen you.
I may be twiddling my thumbs. I mean, you covered the Auburn score like 6 times. I'm like, come on, Jim.
Well, I mean, you know how it is here. If I don't mention Auburn as much as I mention Alabama, I get called out for being a bammer.
You did used to do the Hey Coach show. Don't forget that.
That's right, Jim.
Now is the theory the reason you're not doing Zoom because you're not working this week?
No, I'm actually working. I can't just plan my whole day around hanging out with you guys. I've actually got to go and make some money every once in a while.
If this segment was only sponsored.
You know what I tell young people in the office? I say there's no clients in here in the office. So if you don't have anything to do, go out there and find something.
Wow. That's
what mentality.
Wait, that's what you tell the young people
Barrett's
in
an
the
old
office?
head. He's an old head
What
now.
are you, 30?
I'm 31. I mean, I've been doing this. I mean, there's a lot of guys with financial advising. They're just starting out, and like I walk by their computer and they're on Facebook, and I'm like, hey man, like what are you doing? Like, you know, you're 22. Like, there's no clients here. Like we all are financial advisors. We don't need anyone to help us. So go find some clients out there. You know?
Well, will you at least take Monday and Tuesday off and head to Indy?
Oh yeah, I'm going to Indy for sure. But yeah, I just as a fan though, actually, so I can take off my analyst hat. I mean, if I'm looking for work. I've told ESPN I'll be there, but you know, Todd Blackledge has in his deal to call the game, so I got big time by old Todd and Sean McDonough. The B crew basically gets the national championship game on radio. So after all of our hard year of work, then we get big time by the big namers.
Now, you don't have to tell us who it is, but do you have a go-to for certain tickets when you need – like this has become – I mean, the ticket's gone down the get-in. You don't seem like just a get-in that's going to sit in like the $600 or $500 level. The really, really good tickets are still $3,000, $4,000. But do you have a go-to that you'll make a call once or twice a year and say, hey, I need a couple of tickets?
I mean, come on, LT. I mean, you think I'm paying a premium for tickets? You think I'm not getting in the face?
You don't think his neighbor? You don't think his neighbor has tickets?
I mean, how many ticket requests does his neighbor get though?
What is this, amateur hour? I mean, come on. I mean, yeah. No, actually, I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, I don't know. If I really need some good tickets, normally I just ask, Coach Saban, basically. You know. So anyway, I don't know. You get
That's what we want to hear.
Watch your toes.
You got different ways to go about things, but also you got to really balance favors. And honestly, like my neighbor, like I asked him for so many things over the years. Like I kind of stopped asking him. If I really get in a crunch, like he always has some extra tickets like in his pocket, you know, for the game. So I might get him, but you gotta manage the favors. You don't want to ask too many people too many times, so you gotta spread it out a little bit.
Yeah, you have to be careful with your neighbor. You may ask him for tickets and get a contract extension.
You might. So, but I don't feel quite as bad after paying those agent fees. You know, I feel like at least. I mean, he probably still has he's probably still winning on the who's done more favors, but I've also gotten him a few clients over the years. So anyway, it's a tit for tat relationship.
Barrett Jones is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us each week, courtesy of Gus's world famous fried chicken. When you say world famous, it means something. They are in fact world famous, and you can get it for yourself for lunch, 2201 2nd Avenue South, or make an order, grab some for the ride home, and feed the family tonight. GusFriedChicken.com. That is GusFriedChicken.com. Let's start with what you saw in Dallas. Dunaway and I were able to talk to you at halftime. You felt like that game was well in hand, obviously. And I noticed something I was talking to both you and John Parker Wilson at the half, and it seemed like both of you were impressed with the different looks Pete Golding was giving Desmond Ridder and that Cincinnati offense, and seemed to have them perplexed the entire game. But at that point, it was the entire first half.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was one of the best game plans on both sides of the football that I can remember Alabama having in a long time. I mean, starting offensively, and I said this, Jim quoted my own words back to me in halftime. So thanks, Jim, for listening to my broadcast.
You got it, man. Yep.
But Alabama only had 31% this year called runs, which I don't know for sure, but it's got to be the lowest in school history, 31% called runs. So obviously it was a big year where they threw at the offensive line, struggled to run the football. And here they come against a really good Cincinnati defense, but they play a 3-3-5, and they're a little bit lighter. The first drive, to me, was just beautiful. 10 of 11 plays were runs. The only pass was the touchdown to Slade Bolden. I thought it was brilliant. I thought, those corners from Cincinnati are legit. And I left that game thinking that they were awesome. I mean, I don't even know if we had any completions. I slip sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
They had any completions on those on either Kobe Bryant or Sauce Gardner. Those are really good football players. So when they did throw the ball, it was all across the middle of the field. I thought, they really picked on that nickel corner. You saw the touchdown there. It was kind of on a little switch route there. Bryce Young saw all the way, man coverage, beautiful throw. And that's what happens. They brought a ton of pressure. And I thought Cincinnati actually had a decent game plan with the way they pressured Bryce Young. I thought the protection was nowhere near to the level it was in the Georgia game because of all the twists and movement, which that's a foreshadowing, by the way. I think we're going to see a lot more twists and movements from Georgia in that championship game than they did the first time, where they kind of just tried to line up and beat the offensive line man-to-man. And then defensively, I thought it was also a brilliant game plan. I thought they did a really good job of varying the looks, varying coverages. I mean, I'm pretty good at knowing where the pressure is going to come from, especially with a Nick Saban defense, and they had me confused a few times. So I can understand why Desmond Ridder was confused. I do think one of the reasons they were able to play that way, I don't really think any of those receivers for Cincinnati scared them on the outside, so that gave them a little more freedom to pressure and play man coverage, even with at one time they had, two guys that had hardly played much football, and they were starting at corner, playing man coverage. I thought Kyrie Jackson came in and played some really, really quality minutes after not playing much the entire year, and then Kool-Aid McKinstry had a little bit of a rough first series, but settled in and played pretty well after that. So, yeah, I thought it was brilliant on both sides of the football, and another good game. And, after a season of up and down, this is a football team that's finally at the right time finding some consistency.
So if I ask you going into the rematch, what's the bigger concern for you? Is it Alabama's offensive line or is it John Mechie?
Ooh, good question. I think the health of the offensive line to me is a big question, and I don't think there's any information. And it seems like they don't seem that worried, but they've always keeps it pretty tight-lipped. So, I've told people, I know Chris Owens has gotten a lot. He's gotten picked on a lot this year at right tackle, and he played, I thought, his best game in the Georgia game. Played pretty well. Had some rough series in that Cincinnati game, but so people might think, well, hey, if he's out, that's no big deal. But look, the guys behind him have been so much worse. So I don't think if you're Alabama, that to me is the guy that you really want to find a way to get back, because number 44 for Georgia is an absolute beast, and I think that Chris Owens gives you the best chance to win there at right tackle with his experience. So that's definitely a big concern. But look, the only way to beat Georgia, and this is no secret, and we said it before the first matchup, and it came true, is the weakness of that defense. If you want to call it a weakness, maybe the opportunity is the secondary. The secondary is good. It's not like they're terrible. They're a good secondary. But if you can protect up front, there's guys open in the back end. Those secondary players they're fine, but they're not. They don't have the same kind of first round picks everywhere like they do in that front seven. Maybe some of the guys eventually will be first round picks, but as it sits right now, that's the opportunity there. In the first game, they were able to protect pretty well, well enough to allow Bryce Young to hit some of those guys. And, they threw it, almost 50 times in that first matchup. I think John Mechie probably, if I had to pick one, that probably would be overall the biggest concern, because obviously now Jamison Williams, is the only guy. And he obviously gave Georgia fits there in that first game. I think there'll be a lot more attention paid to him. And it will, to me, be all about, do we have some other guys that can step up? Ja'Cory Brooks obviously is a guy who has been stepping up, made another big play in that Cincinnati game. Can he continue to step up? Some of those other guys. I still think Jaleel Billingsley is a guy who's so talented, and I'd love to see him get the football more for Alabama. And there's some guys in the middle that are starting to play better. I thought Slade Bolden played really well in that game also. So, it's going to be interesting to see the way Alabama chooses to attack Georgia without John Mechie and how their game plan differs. But I want to know who Nick Saban knows in Vegas and how much he had to slip them in a suitcase to make them a, whatever it is, 2.5-point underdog, because that's that yummy rat poison that he loves after a 17-point victory a few weeks ago.
Yeah. It's another road game for Alabama. That's basically home field advantage. There'll be 2/3 Georgia fans in Lucas Oil up in Indianapolis. So it'll be a typical Alabama road game, 2.5-point underdog in this one. I'll ask you, I'm trying not to say surprise in my questions in 2022. It's my personal resolution. Did you expect the gap to be what it was between Georgia and Michigan?
Well, quick aside here is that I did an interview before the New Orleans Bowl. We didn't have a sideline person, so I had to go down there pregame and do an interview. And I practiced my questions. Interviews to me are harder. I can call the game all day, but interviews are tough. And on my very first question, I didn't mean to, and I practiced, and I intentionally meant to not say this, but my question came out, talk about. I said, hey, can you talk about the opportunity you have here today in the New Orleans Bowl? And I just hung my head and I said, Jim Dunaway would be so ashamed of me right now if he just heard me ask a question with talk about. So I think that's a good resolution, but I'm nowhere near your level. And I choked in a big moment there, and I said talk about. So
that's okay. I could have not have protected A.J. McCarron's backside for 3 years like you did.
So I was not surprised at all. And if you remember on the show, I said that I thought it was a really bad matchup for Michigan, and I think I didn't know it was that bad of a matchup. It was a horrendous matchup for them, and the only way to me to again attack Georgia is in their secondary. You got to have athletes down the field. You can't try to bang your head against the wall and run the ball all day. And Michigan, that's what they do well, and you saw how that went. It was toiling. It did not go well for Michigan. It was brutal, and they were outclassed in every way. Again, I didn't think it would be that bad. I thought Georgia to me looked like their hair was on fire. They had a different energy and confidence, and they were on a mission. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they show up with that same kind of mentality in the Alabama game. I expect them to. I think they looked very motivated and certainly, did not have any hangover from that loss. And, I think it was a classic case of overreaction that you saw that game where, hey, deservedly so. This is a Georgia defense that gave up 83 points the entire season, and they give up 41 points in one game to Bama, and all of a sudden everyone's thinking, well, maybe they're not that good. No, they're that good, especially that front seven. They're, one of the best front sevens I've ever seen, honestly, in college football. And again, it was a tough night for Michigan. I said Cade McNamara, if they wanted to stay in it, was going to have the game of his life. Obviously, that didn't happen, and you saw the result.
Hey, through 2 games, who's had the better postseason, Bill O'Brien or Pete Golding?
Whew. Man, that's tough. They've both been really good. I'm going to say Bill O'Brien. I thought his plan against Cincinnati was brilliant. I really did. I thought he did a great job, and obviously compensating for the loss to Mechie was great. And then in Georgia, you got to go offensively, I think, but barely. Pete Golding has done a fantastic job as well. So those guys, I've said it. I know y'all retweeted this, and I had some people that were hating on me for saying this, but I'll say it again. If Nick Saban pulls this off, to me, it's his greatest coaching job. This was a team that has a lot of weaknesses. Yes, of course, they still have talented players. They're in the national championship game. I'm not saying it's a bunch of bums, but they have a lot of weaknesses. And there were a lot of people that probably gave up on them several times throughout the year. You got to respect Coach Saban and his staff. They didn't, and they finally found a way to get some of these guys to buy in. And you've seen the result here the last few weeks.
Yeah, I think people misunderstand. Well, they didn't misunderstand what you're saying. I just think some people just want to be that way on social media.
People like to be mad.
Well, they do, but I mean, the truth is, even though Nick Saban's teams are great and they have been great for a long time, there's going to be one that was the best and one that wasn't. And I think that's what you were saying. And everybody's like, oh, yeah, he did it with a bunch of 5 stars. Well, he did. But this is probably the lowest collection of that he has. And I think that'll bear out on the NFL draft day coming up. I mean, this is.
I agree. I mean, the way that I put it is like, if you look at this team and you think about like, how many of these guys would be on, like, the all-Saban team? There's a few, for sure. I mean, Will Anderson would be hard to keep him off there. Hey, maybe Bryce Young once he's all said and done there. But, there's just not as many of those type of players as you see on a normal, Alabama team. And so that's all I meant by that. Look, they're obviously still very good, and they have a lot of good players. And, their best players probably are sophomores, really. They've got some sophomores that are absolute studs. One guy I want to mention really briefly I think is really emerging, and a guy to keep an eye on is Brian Branch. I think Brian Branch has played some great football lately for Alabama. Look, Malachi Moore has not even played after I think we all thought he was going to kind of be the breakout guy this year. Brian Branch is the reason why. He's been an absolute stud this year for Alabama, especially in the second half of the season. But so they got some guys that could develop into that. But, there's just not like an obvious a bunch of 7 or 8 All-Americans like you've seen at other times. So that's all I meant by that. They're still a very good team with a lot of talented players, but probably not quite up to the uniform talent level that you're used to seeing.
All right, he is Barrett Jones. You'll hear him next football season on ESPN Radio. He's always kind with his time with us. That's the truth. Barrett's done, unless he picks up work this weekend. Barrett is.
Am I not going to be on your show ever again?
Oh no, you are. I was just telling people nationally where they could hear you, which I guess you could hear us nationally. I don't know. I was just trying to fill time.
Aren't y'all a podcast now? Is there like regional restrictions on that?
No, not at all. No, you can listen to us anywhere in the universe. Barrett is with us each week courtesy of Gus's world famous fried chicken in Birmingham, 2201 2nd Avenue South. Go by for lunch or get a family meal on the way home for your family tonight, or online, GusFriedChicken.com. That is GusFriedChicken.com. Barrett, thank you for the time. We'll see you up in Indy.
All right, guys. Sounds good.
All right, buddy. Take care. Barrett Jones. Oh, gosh, he was still talking.
It's hard to get rid. Barrett likes to talk.
Yeah, he added
he's
something else.
He's a hard good buyer.
Well, he was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I'll hear about that early hang-up, too. He'll text me.
All right. That right there is Barrett Jones. JD being very patient with us. He's up in Huntsville with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. JD, man, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Something that I was thinking about when I heard Barrett mention that Todd Blackledge had bumped him. I usually like Sean McDonough and Todd Blackledge. I was a little disappointed in a few things in the game. The one thing that I really was disappointed in is they didn't, and it's not their fault about the replays, but they did not replay the helmet-to-helmet on Jamison Williams on that kickoff return. And even when they went to the sideline reporter and said he's in the tent, they didn't even reference it. They just act like she didn't even say that and just went on and started talking about something else. And I was like, hey, guys, do your job, man. I mean, that was definitely a helmet-to-helmet. Do you think, and I don't know this, but do you think the officials, especially in the semifinals, got the word, do not call targeting unless it is just absolutely without a question and we don't even need a replay?
Well, I mean,
do you think that happened?
You don't. There's two things here. First off, the announcers aren't involved in replaying. The playoff, you may not see it in the booth or on the TV, but the replay official, the person in charge of replay, sees different angle replay of every play. So it doesn't have to be playing on TV for them to instigate a replay. They're able to watch the replay on the monitors they have in the replay booth, whether TV is showing it or not. And they're the ones that buzz down whether ESPN shows a replay or not. So that doesn't instigate a replay. That happens regardless of television in the booth. On the other side, I do think in a playoff situation that you do not want to eliminate a player from the playoffs with an ejection. So I do think it has to rise maybe to a different level than it would have been in the regular season. Could you imagine late in either one of these games the other day of a questionable targeting call impacting the first half of the national championship game? You would not want that to happen.
You would. I would say, though, in the championship game last year, Bama had a guy ejected for targeting, didn't they? In the second,
they did, yeah.
I was trying to remember
was
which
it Battle?
It might have been Jordan Battle.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that is in the championship game at that point, and I remember that was a pretty blatant hit.
It seemed to be, as I remember.
Pretty blatant hit. But JD,
yeah.
I think you're on to the fact that I don't think, just like in a big basketball game, if you've got a big guy inside, back when we used to have big guys inside on every team, you would hate it in Patrick Ewing's day if you got 3 quick fouls in a major game with Patrick Ewing inside. It changes the whole course of the game. Now, if they're fouls, but you don't want the ticky-tacky ones in games like that. So I would do the same thing with targeting in this case.
Right, but getting back to Blackledge and Sean McDonough, when the sideline reporter is making reference that he's in the tent, shouldn't you go back and say, I wonder if that happened on the kickoff return?
Yeah.
They didn't say anything. They just act like he didn't say it. In fact, they showed the next clip was of Mechie, that he was hurt. I'm thinking, wait, Mechie's not even playing. Everybody knows that. What about Jamison Williams over here in the tent? Why is he in the tent?
Well,
they didn't say anything.
Again, there are times where the producer in your ear has things lined up already for you. Okay, when she's done with the report, we're going to hit Mechie because they're out. Their main receiver, remember, Mechie's out too, so we've got a shot of Mechie, so go to the Mechie shot. Or we've got a graphic we got to do with sponsors. Don't forget to tease. We got to do the Capital One commercial here, teasing to the next game right now when she's done with her report. So sometimes you don't even hear what she's saying in the booth when that's happening. So,
but that's on the producer. I mean, if you've got a player the magnitude of Jamison Williams, then that producer's got to say, hey, we've got to find out what's going on, and we got to go back to that.
Yeah, without a doubt. You should see a replay. And I, again, was not watching the broadcast and haven't gone back to look at it yet. But there's a lot going on to just blame it on the play-by-play and the analyst guys. It's a team effort. But the booth, the truck's a good place to start. I always blame it on the guys in the truck. Nobody knows who they are. That's what I used to do.
Yeah.
I used to. I forget. Jacob was my director at NBC 13, and I was like, "Let's take a look at Alabama highlights," and the tape wouldn't roll. And I'd be like, "Jacob, man, hit the button." And
what a D move that
Yeah.
is.
Well, but he loved
Jacob loved him.
Nobody liked it.
Yeah.
Nobody
Jacob.
liked me. Yeah.
Well, at least one of us showed up for work today.
Jacob, it's the big button on the right. I think I said that one time too.
Wow. But Jacob loved you.
Yeah. Wendy was our best director. Jacob now makes a living directing around. And I love Jacob. I was kidding.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Trash is on the other side. This hour of the show being brought to you by Champy's world famous fried chicken, right there now open for lunch as we speak. We're sort of ring the bell for lunch every day. Highway 119 right in Alabaster. Those great chicken plates with all the great sides. The desserts are fantastic. It's a great place in the evening if you want to go catch some blues and brews and bird right there. Sterling and his crew, I tell you all the time, whether it's a single person reservation or you just pull your bus in there coming back maybe from a team basketball game and you want your team to eat some great Southern food, you've got it right there at Champy's world famous chicken, including those Mississippi Delta tamales. Try it for lunch today, dinner tonight, football or basketball this weekend. Champy'sChicken.com, Champy'sChicken.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Having a dentist you know, trust, and like is extremely important. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Stone Creek Dental Care is dentist owned and operated, and they are the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations. Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. It goes beyond just your basic cleaning. They do that very well, but they also have restorative dentistry, cosmetics, endodontics. They cover a wide and comprehensive range of dental services, and they do it for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to all patients in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, and compassionate standards, and they are so professional. They provide you with the best patient experience that is possible. Find more at StoneCreekDentalCare.com. That's StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Find a location nearest you and visit Stone Creek Dental Care. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. What's new at Beef O'Brady's this holiday season? A new location. Beef O'Brady's just opened a new location at Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. A great happy hour, food specials every Monday through Thursday, and great food and sports all week long. Open 7 days a week with more than 22 televisions and the Sunday ticket. It is your place to unwind, relax, and watch your favorite team play. Beef O'Brady's in Hoover, Helena, and now in Brook Highlands Plaza on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's. Good food, good sports.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the next round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the next round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
You know, you drive through some neighborhoods right now, you see those blue tarps that we get in the South after these storms blow through, roof damage and such like that. And I'm always eager to remind you that make sure you're doing work with people that you trust, especially in your time of need right there. And maybe this wasn't your time. Maybe you didn't get roof damage this time. But when that happens, or if that happens to you or a friend in the future, remember the name, Storm Restoration Roofing, and Greg from Pell City. I mean, the name Greg from Pell City, it's easier to remember that. And you can even look him up by that name in Facebook, Greg from Pell City. If you need your roof inspected or maybe you got some damage, he handles that. The crews, he's got the crews ready. They're his full-time crews. They're with him all the time. People you can trust. You know they do A-plus work with the Better Business Bureau. They're not throwing some crews together just to get up on your roof and drive across state lines and take your money and do shoddy work. Greg from Pell City does A-plus rated work with the Better Business Bureau. He's locally owned for 20 years, so he ain't going anywhere. He's right here. He's your guy. So if you got somebody who had roof damage, recommend Greg from Pell City on Facebook or call this number for a free no-cost roof inspection, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. And it's cute to use drones and all that to go up there and look at your roof and stuff. But, you know, bottom line is Greg gets up on the ladder, goes up on your roof and looks at it. And his crew actually puts eyes on the roof and boots on the roof and looks at your roof, not playing a little toy drone game with anything. So 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Free no-cost inspection. Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Before we get to trash, a couple of other things that are happening out there. Big basketball game tonight away from Bama in Florida. Number 25, Texas Tech. number 11, Iowa State. Boy, Iowa State being good at basketball this year, a little surprising that they've turned it back around. That was such a good program, but it had fallen off the map, man. It's just off the map.
Yeah, and you wonder if Fred Hoiberg, who's now at Nebraska, would have wished he just never would have gone to the NBA, just would have stayed put in Ames. Because that is such a great, passionate fan base when you see a game at Hilton Coliseum.
The other story that is out there, they eliminated the Wolves and the Red Wolves as the Washington football team new name, but everybody went and found a website that was started, WashingtonAdmirals.com. WashingtonAdmirals.com, and you click on it, and it takes you to the Washington football team's website. So they've already got a hyperlink to the Washington football team. So everyone now, the date of the release is coming up February 2nd. They're going to release the new name. But everyone now is speculating, or it's just a great troll by the Washington football team to get them off the real name.
Could be.
But WashingtonAdmirals.com.
Don't like it.
You don't like Admirals? Mm-hmm. That was always back to my 13 days. We had this huge fantasy football league, and we did it for over at least 10 years, it seemed like. And my fantasy football team name was the Admirals because that was the mascot of Center College up in Danville, Kentucky. And I just thought they had a cool logo and a cool name. When Spain Park started and they had to name the mascot for Spain Park, I actually wrote a letter to the Hoover School Board with a whole layout of how the Admirals should be the Spain Park Admirals, and you've got the Buccaneers at Hoover, and they could play for like a trophy. You call it the regatta or something like that.
Boy, you had some time on your hands. Was this between newscasts back when you
Jeffrey, could you punch the button?
Emily and Paris went out yet.
I cannot believe you wrote him a letter.
I thought the Admirals and the Bucks would have been a great rivalry game in the city of Hoover.
Now, which ones did you say were already?
Wolves and Red Wolves are off.
Because when I think of Hoover, Alabama, I think of wars on the ocean.
Yeah.
The regatta.
The Admirals of the Bucks.
But, according to the article that was just published yesterday, they said the final 8 candidates are Armada, Presidents, Brigade, Red Hogs, Commanders, Red Wolves, Defenders, and football team. There's not even an Admiral, according to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
So how can you make it your final 8 candidates and it's not even
throwing you off?
Yeah.
I've kind of gotten used to Washington football team. I think I just keep that.
Yeah. And those are cool.
They're irrelevant anyway. I would have probably gone with Red Wolves or Red Hogs.
Yeah. Great point. He said, Center is the Colonels. Danville High School is the Admirals. I knew it was something to do with Danville. It's been a long time since I've been in Kentucky. Let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar. The big button.
Thank you to the Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Can I have 6?
You want 6?
No, stupid. Number 6.
Oh.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Called her stupid.
Stupid.
Hey, and need some quick cash. Keep those New Year's resolutions afloat. Well, our friends at Mortgage Right, they're the GOAT when it comes to getting your finances back on track. You see that rhyme right there?
I did see that.
Greatest of all time.
Hey, with a cash out refi, you can make your most expensive resolutions a reality by taking advantage of your home equity, whether it's building a home gym to lose a few extra pounds or backpacking across Europe. You can count on the experts at Mortgage Right to make getting cash in your pocket easy. Ring in the new year the right way by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Would you rather build a home gym or backpack across Europe?
I think I'd rather backpack across Europe.
I think I'd rather backpack across Europe.
Yeah.
Though I've seen, what's the movie?
Werewolf in London.
Nope. The one where you stay at Hostel. I saw the Hostel. So that scares me.
Werewolf in London was pretty bad, too.
Hostel, they just take your limbs off.
Yeah, that scares me.
Would you rather be dismembered or eaten by a werewolf?
Ooh, that is a good question.
Poll question today.
I think I'd rather be eaten by a werewolf.
I think I would, too.
I'd rather be shot between the eyes.
No, that's not an option.
Quick.
Sorry, sir.
I want to go quick.
A woman went above and beyond the call of duty by fashioning a face mask from her clothes to comply with COVID-19 regulations at an ice cream parlor. Now, captured on CCTV footage from the store, the red-haired lady removes her dress and attempts to wrap it around her head into a makeshift mask as she walks into the shop in the busy shopping area.
Oh, my.
Shortly before 10:30 p.m. local time on Saturday. Now, the scantily clad woman causes heads to turn as a father stood in the queue with his wife and 2 kids. He's seen anxiously peering over his shoulder several times as she repositions her clothes around her face.
Yeah, as
the old double take.
Scantily clad, based on this photo, means lingerie.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and tell you. If it's gonna be more of this, let's reinstigate the mask.
I love the little girl in the overalls just looking what flavor am I getting.
Dad, I think I want the pralines and cream.
Well, I think I'm changing my mind.
I think Dad has changed his mind.
Listen,
Kids, you go first.
Dad, you took forever deciding. I just need to think.
Yeah, just hold on.
What if the old
hold
man
on.
turned around and looked at her and said, "Hey, we're taking forever"?
Oh,
Why don't
I
you
was
go on
wondering if she had a thong on, but she does.
Yep, that's affirmative.
Yeah.
Now, the unnamed
Teabag,
woman
actually, I guess.
turned and left again after being ordered out of the premises by staff who insisted she had to wear a proper face covering, but not before telling them sarcastically, quote, "Don't ask me to put my face mask on. I'm doing it now."
Yep.
Really
I love
good.
the fact that they weren't upset with the fact that she stripped down to bra and panties.
Yeah.
We got to have a proper face mask.
Yeah.
That was our big issue with you being in our establishment. Not that you've stripped your clothes off, that you don't have a face mask.
Is that
on.
the freezer of the horny?
That's what I was going to say. Nobody's going to the freezer El Horno.
I bet Dad was in a second. I can tell you.
I'm already there, honey.
I can tell you his order too, Rockstar. I think I want 2 scoops of milk and cookies.
Oh my!
Yeah, you might have gone with the screwball. You remember that with the terrible piece of gum in the very bottom?
Yes, it's all frozen gum.
And you would battle to get to it and then almost break a molar just trying to chew that thing down. So after locking audience members in a coffin to test the limits of claustrophobia and taking social isolation to the extreme by stranding one single viewer for 7 days on an island in the North Sea, Sweden's Gothenburg Film Festival will use 2022, its event, to experiment with mass hypnosis. Hypnosis, yeah. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Now, at screenings for 3 films at this year's festival. One was Memoriam, starring Tilda Swinton. Another was Land of Dreams with Matt Dillon. And then the other was a psychological thriller, Speak No Evil. A hypnotist will perform mass hypnosis on the audience. Now, this is going to, quote, transform the audience's state of mind in accordance with the mood and the theme of the film, according to organizers. Now, the hypnotist will only break the spell after the screening.
Have you ever been hypnotized?
I am not. I don't want to be hypnotized.
You know, I had a high school friend.
I don't believe in it.
Well, I had a high school friend who swears his dad got hypnotized to quit smoking. And went to like one of these deals where they do this mass hypnosis and you quit smoking. And he said legitimately they sit through the thing and then they say, okay, go out and have your last cigarette ever. And they come back in and hypnotize the guy. And he said he never picked up a pack again.
Now, I forgot who the comic hypnotist was that used to come to the Stardome, but I remember the old mayor of Pell City, Adam Stocks, who used to do Sonny and Wimp, the show.
Yeah, Adam Stocks on Jocks.
Yeah, so Adam Stocks was actually hypnotized, and like he was out of his mind. And I talked to him after the fact multiple times, and he said he really was hypnotized.
Yeah.
So, Dunaway, if you don't believe in it, we can get you hypnotized
legit.
on the air.
I don't believe in it, and I don't think I can be hypnotized because I don't believe in it.
Oh, okay. Let's try this. Can we try it? Well, I mean, you don't have anything to worry about. You can't be hypnotized.
As long as you don't make me cluck like a chicken the rest of my life.
You don't have to
I'll be
worry
okay.
about it. You can't be hypnotized.
I don't think I can be hypnotized.
Sounds like a 2022 challenge here,
Yeah,
Rockstar.
I'll take it. I don't know a lot of hypnotists though.
We can work on
We'll
one.
find one.
It better be a good one.
Now, here are actors who were almost cast in other famous roles. This first one doesn't make any sense at all to me, but Nicolas Cage and Gary Oldman were almost cast as the leads in Dumb and Dumber.
Gary Coleman?
Gary Oldman.
Oh.
There you go. What you talking about, Lloyd Christmas?
That would have been incredible.
Yeah, it would.
Now, they were the Fairley Brothers' first choice, but just couldn't work out.
Well, remember Carrie got paid so much for it. I think, remember the story that Jeff Daniels had to prove that he could do it because like you're a serious actor, you can't do it. I think Jeff Daniels got like $55,000 for that role or something
That's
like that.
all?
Like the minimum. Yeah.
But didn't he get some gates too?
No,
I'll do
the
this.
back
and-
points, I don't think he did.
No,
He
'cause
did?
it was all about Jim Carrey.
Yeah. Here are other actors who were almost cast in other famous roles. Meatloaf was one of John Landis's backup to play Bluto on Animal House. If something happened to John Belushi, I love the fact that John Landis was like, it's just a matter of time before Belushi goes down.
Yeah, we better have a plan.
I wonder how Meatloaf would have been.
He would have done anything for that part.
Because I've seen him in 2
He wouldn't
movies.
do
We
that.
saw him in Fight Club and we saw him in
Rocky
Leap of
Horror.
Faith.
Rocky Horror.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never saw Rocky Horror.
Yeah.
Neither have I.
He was on a motorcycle and on the buffet table.
Like a bat out of hell.
How about this? Michael Richards was seriously considered for the role of Al Bundy on Married with Children. This is another show I've never seen.
I haven't really seen much of that. But, I mean, it's impossible to think of him as anything but Kramer.
Okay, there's only one Michael Scott, right?
Yep.
Now, the original role was actually offered to Paul Giamatti, I think he could have pulled this off.
No, I agree with you. Yeah.
I love Giamatti.
He declined the role.
But boy, I mean, there has never been a guy born for a role more than Steve Carell for Michael Scott. I mean, it is so well cast.
Yeah, I do think, though, if Giamatti would have been that guy, we probably would say the same thing. I don't disagree. I think Carell was unbelievable.
I don't know who's Giamatti. What does he do?
He was Bart Giamatti's son.
Dunaway, let me think of a movie you've seen.
He
him
was
in.
Lady in the Water,
American.
Pig Vomit on Private Parts.
He was in Sideways. He won Best Actor for Sideways.
Didn't see that either.
I'll tell you what.
He was
plays
John Quincy Adams in the miniseries. for
Is he
HBO.
on Billions?
Yeah, he's on Billions.
He's the DA on Billions?
He plays stressed out really well. He's always like, oh, we've got to do this.
Yeah.
You know, he's always stressed out.
There's no way he'd have been Steve Carell.
Oh, I think he could have been.
American Splendor. He's
he
one
a
of the
funny guy?
best actors out there today.
But let me tell you what. I mean, Steve Carell is a fantastic actor.
Like, I feel like some of that was improv.
A lot of it is.
Oh, yeah.
In The Office, yeah.
Giamatti could have done it. Giamatti's that good. But again, I mean, as Brown said, I mean, it's hard to envision anybody else
so
in that
perfectly
role.
cast, yeah.
But Ricky Gervais, I mean, in the original,
It's a different. The original, he plays David Brent, but his version of Michael Scott is more cocky.
Yeah.
More of an ass.
Yeah.
Steve Carell's more of like a loving, like all shucks kind of guy. But Ricky Gervais' version of it is
well,
just like
Ben's
this guy's
saying
just an
Bob
ass.
Odenkirk was supposed to be Michael Scott. Now Odenkirk would have been awesome.
Oh,
too.
he would have been. He's very
awesome, right?
funny.
He's the one that
Yeah.
wrote Chris Farley, Matt Foley. He wrote that whole bit. That's
What is Odenkirk in that I would know?
Better Call Saul.
He's the attorney.
Yeah. Okay. Now that would have been good. Yeah.
He's also Mr. Nobody.
The movie was not good.
Huh?
Yeah.
Didn't look like it.
I gave it a shot. Hairdresser has taken to TikTok to tell us that we've been we've been washing our hair wrong and missing out an essential step, as you're supposed to do 2 rounds with shampoo, not just 1, but 2 rounds.
Interesting.
With shampoo. Now, Amy shared a tutorial online using the username @AmyDoesSomeHair, saying there is definitely a correct way to keep your hair fresh and clean. She said the first step is to get your hair nice and wet, then run shampoo all the way through, including your hairline and nape, before rinsing your hair. Then she said it's essential to shampoo your hair once more, but this time focus on your scalp and let the rest of the suds pass gently through your hair. In the clip, Amy goes on to say, quote, thoroughly wet your hair, spread the shampoo over your hands, evenly distribute the shampoo all over your scalp. Don't miss your hairline or nape. She then says you have to shampoo your scalp, then rinse, then add conditioner, which should be applied to the ends of your hair, avoiding the roots, and should be left to soak. Seems like a pain in the ass. A lot of girls out there don't want to wash their hair more than twice, 2-3 times a week.
Let me tell you how I roll.
Because you don't want to strip the oil off your hair. You want to just have a little bit of its natural oil.
So I get in.
Did you learn that from Missy in Paris or whatever?
I wet the hair.
Emily.
Put the shampoo on. And then I do everything else while the shampoo's on the hair. And then the last thing I do is wash the shampoo
I do
off.
too.
Yeah,
That's the way I roll. That's the way I used to do it too.
Yeah. Okay.
That's how I do it too. Here are the top 10 movies released in 2021 according to Ranker.com. You guys are going to be shocked. Of this top 10, I watch a lot of movies. I've only seen 1.
All right.
Ooh.
Number 10 on the list is Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings.
It sounds
Shocker, it's a Marvel movie.
Yeah. Sounds like it's got
Lunsford
subtitles.
Good.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Number 9, Nancy's favorite of the year, Dune.
A little long. Little good series, though, for Nancy.
Is
Took us
that
3 tries.
Is that when something's coming out of the sand?
Yeah, something's coming out of the sand. That's the subtitle.
Okay.
It's the Planet of Spice. by the way.
Something's coming out of the sand.
Number 8 is The Witcher, Nightmare of the Wolf.
I think that was an animated feature on Netflix.
Oh.
Number 7, help me with this one, The Harder They Fall.
That's the Idris Elba Western movie that was on Netflix.
Yeah. It got really good reviews. It just didn't look appealing to
No.
me. I love him and I love
like
Westerns, but
seems like a good combo.
Number 6, Hotel Transylvania 4.
It's not as good as 3 and 2. 1 was the GOAT.
I missed 1, 2, and 3.
I did
One
see
is
one.
funny. Yeah.
My kids were young enough when 1 came out. It was good.
My little one likes it.
Number 5 is Encanto. Is that not another animated?
That's it, animated.
Number 4, The Last Duel. We talked about this with
That's
Luke
right. You like
yesterday.
that one?
Wow, really good. Number 3, Red Notice. My kids watched it. I heard it was horrible though.
Another Netflix movie with Gail Gadot.
Yeah,
and Ryan Reynolds
and The Rock.
Yeah.
Number 2, Halloween Kills. I know Laurel loved that, right?
Yeah. So that's the last one. That's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, I think they're coming out with another one. I think there's coming out with one this year. So there's 2 of them. So it kills again.
And number 1, by the way, Tommy Firestick's got this one out there. Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Tommy Firestick.
I had to call Tommy Firestick. First time we've had a phone conversation last night.
Oh, wow.
Your relationship heats up. Ooh, did I ever get that paper towel?
I don't know, but there are so many
I'll
fire
get 'em.
hazards behind
Yeah,
TV2 right
I'll
now.
go get them right now.
That's TV3.
Sorry,
All right,
Jim.
that
That's
is
a very important correction.
That is our trash today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, there's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they can help you beef up your bank account with ease with a cash-out refinance. You can pay off your debt or make an important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And this hour of the show being brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Coming up in our next segment, something I didn't think the SEC would ever do, but they apparently have done that. I'll tell you what it is. And don't forget, you can get the best fried chicken in the world, in my opinion, right there in Alabaster, my hometown. Highway 119 in Alabaster is Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. That chicken on a stick, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, all the great sides that go with those great chicken platters, the poor boys, the tenders. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
I cannot imagine a better gift for the new year than your life back. That's what Way to Wellness did for me. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They can help you too. Just go to their website, aplanforme.com, to get details. No cookie cutter plans. Everything is designed for you, and the program is overseen by board certified professionals. There are no contracts and no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. That's right, it's free if you go to the website, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back on the Next Round, Bama in basketball tonight down in Gainesville, 6 o'clock for that one. Auburn wins last night. UAB's next game is Thursday, and the Texas swing is they're on the road at North Texas, and then Rice on Saturday. Andy's team is unbeaten in Conference USA, currently 45 in the Ken Pom. Bama 17. Auburn is now 8 in the Ken Pom after their win last night on the road. The show being brought to you by our friends at the Mailroom.
Hey, the Mailroom would love to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy 2022. Make this holiday great with a fresh look from our friends at the Mailroom. After the challenges of the last couple of years, they are fully staffed. They are ready to serve you. Call for your appointment, 205-995-4285. That's 205-995-4285. Or just drop by, see them. Located in Inverness Corners in Valleydale, right there off of Highway 280. The Mailroom, helping the men of Birmingham look their best one visit at a time.
All right, so here we go, man. I never thought the SEC would do this, Brown, but they have done it. Christy Dosh, who does sports business coverage, writes that she stumbled across something looking at some SEC contracts and bylaws, and back in January of this year, the SEC put in a new clause for exit fees. It never has had one in the history of the Southeastern Conference. But much like you hear Oklahoma and Texas is going to have to pay to leave the Big 12, the SEC now has a $30 to $45 million exit fee clause out there. Does that surprise you that the SEC is now doing that?
Not really, because of the ever-changing landscape of college football. I mean, you know, Texas and Oklahoma, which have been different conferences, but stalwart members of Midwestern conferences, right? Or Southwestern conference, however you want to say it, you know. That's where they've always been, and now they're coming to the Southeastern Conference. So nothing is sacred anymore. And I think this is only good business if you're the Southeastern Conference. I don't think you'll ever have to exercise it.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to leave the SEC?
I mean, you'd be crazy to do it, but why not at least get some money if somebody chooses to? Like if Missouri, I'm just going to use Missouri, for example. If they're like, we can't compete, yeah, the TV money's good, but, you know.
And the Big Ten wants
We
us.
want to go to the Big Ten. Well, I mean, at least the SEC gets $40 million. I don't think anybody would cry over losing Missouri from the SEC, but why not get $40 million if you do?
Well, you know what happens sometimes in buyout situations. Like if you were losing a Missouri to the Big Ten, you could take their $40 million, and if you're stealing someone else from another conference, pay their buyout from their conference, and you sort of make it apples, oranges, oranges.
Yeah, so, I mean, I just think it's only good business to do it. I don't think it'll ever get exercised. I do think it's interesting. I'm actually surprised they never had it in there. I'm surprised that as much conference movement has gone on over the years, and the SEC now on 2 rounds has rated other conferences for teams, and still they never put that in their bylaws is interesting to me.
I just never thought anybody would leave until Missouri came, and that was the first one I remember telling you in our old Jock Studios is I wonder if Missouri will stay in this league. I wonder if Missouri will stay in this league. And you'd always heard maybe Vanderbilt would fit better in the ACC or something like that, but I never thought Vandy would leave. But Missouri was so new, and they don't seem like a fit. I always like, the Big Ten asked them, I wonder if they would leave the SEC.
And they've had success, is what's so odd.
Not in basketball, though.
Yeah.
I thought Missouri was going to bring a
even
whole
more
lot.
odd.
It is more odd. I mean, they've had far more success in football than basketball. I thought all along Missouri would increase the SEC basketball profile so much, and they have not done that at all.
Bobby, you're right. It's January now, not December. When I said back in January of this year, I meant January of last year. 1 year ago today is when they put that in there. Todd Ferman coming up, part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap. I know it's easy not to think about fall right now because we're in the middle of winter and spring and summer is coming, but it's a great time to improve your home with Gutter Cap.
Yeah, 823-2212. That is the number you need to write down. Memorize that. You've heard us talk about Gutter Cap for years. Now is your time to pick up the phone, call Chris Stewart and Gutter Cap. Make 2022 the last, or 2021 the last time you ever get that ladder out. Look, it's a dirty, dangerous job cleaning the gutters out. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep the debris out. It's got the lifetime warranty right now, 45% off the retail price. Call C-Stu, Chris Stewart. Tell them the Next Round sent you 45% off right now, 823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143, or mydrytech.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
This hour of the show, our final one, will include the great Todd Ferman from Vegas. We'll ask him about Monday's national championship game. We leave Friday after the show to make our trip to Indianapolis to enjoy the city and cover the game and go to the game and try to give you guys a little sights and sound. Headlines this hour brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, the new year is here, so's your chance to make the most of your home. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got the perfect solution for empty pockets, a cash-out refinance. With a cash-out refinance, you can fund your new year by taking advantage of home equity. And the best part is you can use the cash to pay for anything you want. The experts at Mortgage Right will guide you every step of the way and make getting extra cash easy. Get started online. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Football last night, LSU loses to Kansas State in the Texas Bowl. Deuce Vaughn with a big game, 146 rushing. K-State beats LSU, undermanned LSU, 42-20. One football game left for the college season. That's coming up Monday night, Alabama-Georgia for the national title. Zach Calzada, the departing Texas A&M quarterback who beat Alabama this year, is in the portal. He is going to visit Auburn on campus, according to Jeffrey Lee of On3 Sports Auburn Live. Jim Harbaugh has some interest in the NFL, and the NFL has some interest in him. That, according to Bruce Feldman, our friend from The Athletic. If Harbaugh leaves Michigan, two of the top candidates, Josh Gaddis, who's the OC right now, Bill O'Brien, who's the OC at Alabama right now. Basketball last night, Auburn over South Carolina. Bama and Florida play tonight at 6 down in Gainesville.
All right, let's talk to Todd Ferman. He joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, Outkick, and also on Twitter at Todd Ferman. What is up, Ferman? How are you?
I'm doing very well this morning, gentlemen. How are you boys doing?
Man, we're doing fantastic. So can you give us kind of the trend you have seen? We know what the Vegas number is on this Alabama-Georgia game, but what are the trends you are seeing, how people are betting, how the big guys are looking at this game out in Vegas right now?
So to kind of walk through the life cycle of this number, at least early on, most books opened it under a field goal. We saw the price anywhere from Georgia -1 upwards of Georgia -2.5. 3 is pretty much the consensus at this point, and professional bettors laid every price they could at better than a field goal, and that included backing Georgia on the money line at -$1.25 to prices significantly shorter than what you're seeing out there. What's going to be interesting about this game, guys, I think it'll be impossible for recreational bettors to ignore the psychology of a rematch and combine that with Nick Saban's illustrious record as an underdog. We know what we saw in the SEC title game. People always remember what they saw last, and so they look at this game and go, man, I can't believe Georgia is going to be favored again against an Alabama team that really dominated. As you guys know all too well, professional bettors will look purely at their numbers and make decisions based off of that, but it will be interesting to see if the 3 sticks or you start to see a little bit of resistance in the market between now and Monday.
Hey, Ferman, we've talked about it before. Typically, the quarterback's the only one that's going to move a number. John Mechie, though, if he was 100% healthy, because we know the dynamic of this offense is much different without both receivers out there. So without Mechie, do you think this number's a little bit different?
Well, I think what's interesting about all of this is that people, when you read some of the articles out there and people have begun speaking about this game, they're not even mentioning Mechie's absence and what that's going to mean against an opponent like Georgia, where you're not going to be able to run the football the same way they could against Cincinnati. So for me, he's about a 1.5 to 2 point adjustment as far as a skill position player goes, but he's not, of course, the only one. You guys know all too well that Alabama secondary won't look the same in this game as it did the first time around against Georgia. Josh Jobe lost for the season. season. We're still not sure exactly if Jalen Armour-Davis is going to be able to contribute at all. And then lost in the shuffle of the game against Cincinnati, Alabama had a couple of offensive linemen go down, and that position group was a weakness until the latter portion of the season. I think people look at the final score and get blinded by that result more so than the actual personnel that'll be available on Monday.
Yeah, Ekiyor and Owens with some injuries that they are dealing with this week in preparation for Georgia. Todd Ferman is with us. It becomes a major weekend now, final weekend of the National Football League. And we have some playoff implications, none bigger than Raiders and Chargers. That seems to be the simplest thing, winner in the playoffs. Who do you like in that one? Can this Raider team that has had so many adversities and roadblocks this year, can they be a playoff team?
It's been pretty incredible to watch this Raiders team really rally in the face of adversity, like you mentioned, the unfortunate tragedy with Henry Ruggs. John Gruden getting let go earlier this season. You had another DUI arrest earlier this week for the Raiders in rookie defensive back Nate Hobbs. But this is a Raiders team that's found a way, and it's not because of their offense being overly dynamic or explosive. I mean, they've only scored more than 20 points twice, going all the way back to right around Thanksgiving. The defense has really raised its level of play, and you're getting an extensive pass rush from the likes of Yannick Ngakoue and Max Crosby. But I do have to give Derek Carr credit. He's a quarterback that doesn't get a ton of respect from, the casual fan out there and what he means from a leadership standpoint as much as anything else. This will feel like a true Raiders home game. And what's fascinating about this number compared to the first time these two teams met, you saw the Chargers a 3.5-point favorite at home. I'm not sure the Chargers are that much better. The Raiders playing with confidence, and as the number continues to leak up, there's no doubt for me I'd be looking at the Raiders if they got to be a 3.5-point home underdog.
Todd Ferman is with us. Outkick, also bettheboardpodcast.com. Follow him on Twitter at Todd Ferman. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. The Titans have officially designated Derrick Henry now. He's off IR, excuse me, which leads to speculation that he will play in the postseason. What does Derrick Henry do to the Titans' odds of winning, say, the AFC? With or without him, what is the difference with Derrick Henry?
I mean, in reality, Derrick Henry coming back definitely helps the Titans from an on-field performance, but what helped them more than anything else was the Cincinnati Bengals knocking off the Kansas City Chiefs last week, giving the Titans the inside track for home field advantage throughout the AFC. And as a result of what we saw transpire during Week 17, the Titans went from 20-1 to win the Lombardi Trophy, now down to 12-1. We'll see if that number continues to tick down, should we get even a glimpse of Derrick Henry in the regular season finale this week. But all of that being said, it still makes Tennessee the third favorite in the AFC behind the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills. Ironically enough, those are two teams that they've already beaten in their own building. We've seen this before with Tennessee, with so many expectations, even with their full complement of offensive weapons. But this Titans team, for me, feels a little bit different. They've shown more from a defensive identity standpoint. They can get after the passer, and I really believe they're a legitimate threat to get out of the AFC. I don't think they should just be written off as an afterthought.
The fifth shortest odds to win the Super Bowl right now are my Rams at 9-1. In order for them, in my opinion, to make any kind of deep run, they need that number 2 seed where they currently sit. They need to beat San Francisco this Sunday, but they can't beat San Fran. They've lost 5 consecutive games to the 49ers. They've lost 9 of the last 12. They opened as 6.5-point favorites. I assume that this is all smart money. This number is down to 4.
There's definitely been an appetite from professional bettors to back the underdog here, given the dominance we've seen in the series. What makes it even more fascinating is that the 49ers pretty much put their entire defensive backfield on the COVID reserve list. Now, it did happen on Monday, so there's a lot of optimism those guys will be back in the mix, but we still don't know who's going to be the starting quarterback for the 49ers as well. And I don't think anyone who watched Trey Lance from start to finish against the Houston Texans was blown away with his potential either as a runner or a passer, but that still hasn't swayed people from the way that they want to attack this game. That we know the best approach for trying to attack this Rams defense is running the football, and Trey Lance could potentially give the 49ers a better chance to do that with a healthy Elijah Mitchell, getting Deebo Samuel on track. And when you look at this Rams team, I think there are bigger concerns about Matthew Stafford, who's thrown 6 interceptions over the last 3 games. How healthy is he? We'll see if the Rams could get Cam Akers back into the fold for this game, or if they'd hold him out until, the winner-go-home type philosophy in the playoffs. For me, at 6, it definitely would have made sense to back the 49ers. I'm not running to the window to back them +4, but I will look at the total at 44.5, 45. I think you're going to see playoff-type intensity, and it wouldn't shock me at all if we were talking about the first team to 21 to get the win at SoFi on Sunday.
Last year, the Buccaneers were 7-5, and then they went on a streak and won the Super Bowl. Who do you like right now? Who's hot? Is the Bengals a team that you think could be peaking at the right time and could follow that same path?
I never want to discount Joe Burrow. I mean, he's shown the heart of a champion, obviously, going back to his time at LSU, and he's been able to will this team to winning the AFC North. But I don't have a ton of respect for Zach Taylor as an X's and O's head coach, especially in the postseason. So I'm going to approach them with guarded skepticism. It wouldn't shock me, guys, if Indianapolis went in there in the opening round of the playoffs should the Colts get in and knock off Cincinnati, given some of their defensive shortcomings. So the Bengals aren't a team that checks the boxes for a Cinderella. I guess if we're looking at teams, with odds in the double digits, Tennessee at 12-1 makes a ton of sense, given the fact that they'll have Derrick Henry back. We've seen how much more effective Ryan Tannehill can be. And if the 49ers are able to get into the playoffs, I know people don't love their quarterback situation, but this is a team that I think is still a little bit under the radar. I know they didn't do themselves any favors with that second half against Tennessee, but when you look across the NFC, I don't think there is a truly dominant team. And to LT, your point, talking about the Rams needing that 2 seed, I think it'll surprise some people if the Rams went into Green Bay and once again that number opened right around a pick. Not a time that I'd want to bet the Rams, but we know the betting market loves everything they've seen from Sean McVay and company.
Todd Ferman is with us at Todd Ferman on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, Outkick, and also BetTheBoardPodcast.com. So the Browns not starting Baker Mayfield, open at 1.5. It's up to 4.5. Zach Taylor makes it official that they're resting Joe Burrow. Was that already baked into this number? Did you guys in Vegas already know this?
There were a combination of factors here that played into this particular number. What's interesting about it is the Browns were a 3-point favorite on the look-ahead number. Then the Browns, of course, go out there and look anything but like an NFL football team on Monday Night Football against the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Bengals reopened 3 with the thought process that, hey, look, if things break the right way, there is an outside chance for the Bengals to be the number 1 seed in the AFC. Then, of course, you have a laundry list of players put on the COVID reserve list, especially on the offensive line, Trey Hendrickson and Joe Mixon earlier today. And I think it made sense for Zach Taylor to come out and announce that Joe Burrow wasn't going to play. We saw him unable to take the final 2 snaps of their game against Kansas City with that knee injury. And if you don't have all 5 of your starting offensive linemen, you're not going to put your franchise quarterback in harm's way. So there's no doubt that's what's driven the number here. And that's with us not even knowing who's going to play for the Cleveland Browns. You have to assume it's Case Keenum under center, but could you see a scenario where they rest Myles Garrett? You don't get Nick Chubb out there. This game went from potentially having intrigue being for the division at this time last week versus essentially feeling like week 3 of the preseason.
We brought the scenario up yesterday, and not that the Colts are going to lose to the Jags, but if the Colts lost to the Jags and we had that tie on Sunday night between the Raiders and Chargers, both get in. If for whatever reason we get that major upset Sunday and the Colts do lose, how do you think both Chargers and Raiders play this game?
There's no love lost between these two franchises, but you'd have to think that if these teams were smart, they would have a handshake agreement that, hey, look, we don't want to risk injury to any of our key components. We know there's a lot to be decided as far as seeding is concerned, but I think it would be fascinating and it would give, Roger Goodell all sorts of sleepless nights, or at least a couple hours in the afternoon, thinking that you could see the highlight game of the weekend where teams would just theoretically take knees to secure passage to the postseason. And we already know that the Davis family isn't beloved by the NFL. Why not do one thing to kind of push themselves further into that spotlight?
Before you go, Todd, can I get a bet in Vegas on the first coach to get fired as soon as the season ends?
Well, see, this is a tricky handicap because you have to figure out if there are any franchises that'll pull the trigger on Sunday instead of waiting until Black Monday. Otherwise, you make teams on the East Coast heavier favorites than you do teams on the West Coast because you have 3 hours of time zone working in your favor. So if you're trying to go through the list, we know that the Bears have already said they're going to part ways with Matt Nagy. So when they officially fire him, I think he'd have to be the heavy favorite, although there's obviously going to be plenty of other heads that roll across the league. Most likely Mike Zimmer will be gone in Minnesota. I have to think that the potential for Matt Rule to come back in Carolina diminishes by the hour, and we will inevitably see 5 to 6 teams looking for a new head coach to start next season.
Well, we like Matt Rule.
Hey, how about this? About the time Harbaugh goes to the NFL, Matt Rule becomes available. Boy, that Michigan would fall backwards into that one.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting. I know you guys tossed out a couple of names that are thrown around, whether it's Josh Gaddis or going in the direction of Bill O'Brien, to kind of get him back into Big Ten country, given what he was able to accomplish at Penn State. But I do have to think any team that had a head coaching vacancy, Matt Rule would be on their short list to try and continue to build momentum like Michigan has, or maybe there are other teams out there who go, you know what, we're not quite happy with our head coach. Maybe we can lure Matt Rule and try and replace somebody a little bit after National Signing Day.
All right, at Todd Ferman on Twitter is where you go. Go download his podcast, bettheboardpodcast.com. See him on Outkick as well. Ferman, thank you so much for the time. Enjoy the games.
Always a pleasure, gents. Have a safe trip to Indianapolis and enjoy the big game on Monday.
You got it, buddy. Thank you. You too. That is Todd Ferman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, a Precision Sports injury update here. And while LT pulls that up, I will tell you that when you start thinking about Matt Rule, who we love, and we did a tremendous job at Baylor, to be, what would that be, 2 and done in the National Football League?
It would be 2 and done.
2 and done.
And by the way, Baylor is right back where he had them.
Yeah,
I mean, that has turned into a consistent program.
Starting to think, Matt Rule, what he did at Temple was incredible.
It was.
Yeah. He had Baylor a series away from playing in a 14 playoff, but Art Briles, Matt Rule, now Dave Aranda, you're right. I mean, Baylor seems like a place that with the facilities.
It's become that. And I was watching the very end of the Sugar Bowl, and I guess it was McElroy was on that game, right, Greg?
It was, yeah, and Tess.
And he said, it's common in college football that one guy goes to a place like Baylor, he wins, he punches out, and they never do it again. He said, but now this is 3 straight guys, so that tells you Baylor has fixed something.
Yep.
And like Lance said, facilities.
But the names you mentioned, though, I mean, Josh Gaddis might end up being a hell of a head coach. We don't know that. Who else did you mention?
Bill
O'Brien. I thought he was an okay head coach with an elite quarterback in the NFL. I thought he did a pretty good job of putting that Band-Aid together for Penn State.
Penn State was a mess.
Everything.
Yeah, that was a mess.
But if I could have Matt Rule or those two, I'm taking Matt Rule.
Oh, no doubt.
God, it could time out perfectly for Michigan. Wow. It's still hard to believe that Matt Rule has not made this work a little bit.
And I know we got to do the injury update, but what if you're Harbaugh and you jump to the NFL, and then this rumor is still out there, Ryan Day takes the Chicago job. Yeah. Do you look back on that and say, God, I wish I'd have stuck that out a little bit?
No, because anybody's going to win at Ohio State, going back Tressel,
I know
Meyer,
that.
now Day.
And I wonder who would be.
Well, if I'm Matt Rule, I'd rather have Ohio State than Michigan.
Well, it's probably going to be Luke Fickell, right?
Yeah. I would think that would be the natural choice.
But if I'm Matt Rule and both of those are open, I'm choosing Ohio State.
Easy. Easy speedy.
I've got a national championship in 2 or 3 years.
Don't even think twice.
Matt Rule, I may not even say, don't fire me, I quit. I'm taking one of these jobs if both these guys
I'd rather have one of those jobs.
Yeah, than sitting here and bang my head in Carolina. Precision Sports brought us that what-if game about NFL coaches.
Great guys. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Now 14 total providers. You can make that same-day appointment for orthopedic and sports medicine care. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Will Anderson on the phrase underdog, and LT's 3 and out when we come back on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The holidays are here, and so is the chance to put some extra money in your pocket by getting a cash-out refinance with Mortgage Right. Whether it's college tuition, home improvement, or a one-way ticket to the North Pole, the refinance experts at Mortgage Right can help you use your home equity to get cash fast. They are committed to bringing you an easier and faster cash-out refinance experience. So visit mortgageright.com/TNR to cash out before the holidays end. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, beginning this month, our friends at Wayne's Pest Control, they're introducing their new Smart Pest solution. Smart Pest combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with 24/7 rodent monitoring. Smart Pest monitors and proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. Smart Pest is the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. Call 866-WAYNES1 and mention offer code TNR to receive $60 off your initial Smart Pest service. That's 866-WAYNES1.
What are some signs that you may have a low testosterone problem? Is your energy down? Have your workouts not been the same? Do you have problems sleeping? All of these or one of these could be a sign of a low testosterone issue. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution for you. I'd invite you to come by the Homewood location, get a medical consultation and some blood work. And if you're medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office,
Your visit is free. Well, the next question would be this: how do I set up the appointment? You can do it two ways. One, by calling 205-598-7000. That's 205-598-7000. Or you can go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. There's other signs that you could have a low testosterone problem, like a change in your libido, or maybe you're suffering from depression. Whatever is keeping you from feeling 100%, it's time you find out the answer. Again, call the number 205-598-7000 or go online to alabamamensclinic.com.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Well, if you were with us earlier, LT did offer, that's all you can do, is offer to drive us to the JohnstonRVCenter.com location in Decatur. They've got 2 in Coleman and Decatur. But when we start doing logistics, you can't drive. We got to take Brown's car because that's the only way we get all the equipment, all of our luggage and everything in.
Can you not drive an automatic?
Right? No, it's not that. It's just that I've got the biggest vehicle of the 3 of us.
But I can still drive your car.
I mean, you could, yeah. That's fine.
If you don't care.
No, I don't care.
No, we'll just let him drive.
I got it.
Let him drive. It's fine.
Well, wait. We'll just let him drive. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, you're driving your car. Might as well be you
I
driving
think I
your
get
car.
to make the decision.
Oh, John Dutton's not going to let Rip ride his horse. Rip's going to ride his own horse.
Yeah.
Okay, let LT drive your car.
I
It's
mean,
not going to
we'll
happen.
figure this out.
You can play it up on the air that you're going to let him drive your car. You're not.
You ever driven the Millennium Falcon?
I've never driven Brown's car.
Did Chewbacca ever?
Yeah.
Did he ever fly it?
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll be heading to the JohnstonRVCenter.com locations, 2 of them. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. We'll be picking up our ride to the national championship at exit 334 in Decatur. Johnston RV Center, man. Family owned and operated by father and son, Rodney and Nick. We look forward to seeing the Johnstons again on Friday when we pick it up. Did you know Johnston RV Center is the top-selling travel trailer dealer in the state of Alabama? They are number one, much like Alabama is in the college football playoffs right now. Exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all the new models and used models under 2 years old. That's what you get, that lifetime warranty right there at Johnston RV Center. You can get more details at johnstonrvcenter.com, johnstonrvcenter.com. Financing is available, and they're the home to Cherokee America's #1 selling camper brand. That's johnstonrvcenter.com. Will Anderson, man. A lot of people keep asking Will about, hey, in the last game against Georgia, including Chip Towers talking to Will Anderson here about the last game against Georgia.
Do you expect to see them do totally different things, or do you expect them to try to improve on things that they didn't do well? And what about you guys? Do you approach it exactly the same second time around?
That was last game. We have to focus on this game. It's going to be a whole totally new game, new area, new setting, everything. So, we're going to see something different that we probably haven't seen before. We have to be prepared for it. We're going to approach this game like we always approach every game. Same mindset, same intensity, same energy. We're not going to try to do anything other than what we already do. We're just going to go out there and play Alabama football.
Boy, the Stormtroopers are back. They started that in 2018 with those Nike outfits, those big white bright ones. And look like spacesuits.
Yeah, that was when we were in Miami, right?
Yeah, and we're back again with them. I remember when they first walked in. Wasn't Mike Johnson, who was the lineman who's with the Bengals now? He came over.
Jonah Williams.
Yeah, Jonah Williams came over to interview with us, and he walked up.
Yeah, but the difference was those were sleeveless. I don't hate.
Oh,
that.
that's right. They were half sleeves. Yeah,
they were Miami.
I don't like that 2022 on it.
Yeah, that's not awful.
But that's the icon.
I guess you got to keep up with your years if you're a team, right?
Right. Yeah. Now, which pullover do we wear?
We were in the 2021s or the 2022 pullovers. Here's Will one more on this team still thriving with that underdog mentality. Will answering a question from Jay Graves.
I really don't have to do anything. We the type of team we have, we've never been that type of team to be cocky or anything like that. Or, we beat them, we're going to do this again. We're very humble. We know the challenges we have. We know everything that they expect from Georgia. We never want to go into a game with a big head. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's been level-headed. We've been good. Everybody's been humble. Everybody's just going to come to practice, ready to practice hard, play hard, pay attention to the details, get everybody focused, and get ready for this game. So there's no big head, none of that. We are humble. We're ready to play the game and ready for the challenge. So I think that's where we're at.
Brown, I know he can say that, and I'm not saying you're big-headed or confident or anything, but there is a difference after you beat a team than the last time when nobody gave you a chance to beat a team. That gives you an edge. This time, I don't think you have the same edge as you had the last time.
I continue to say, I think of all Nick Saban's qualities, and there are a lot of them as a head coach, his best is his psychology. And psychologically, he had that team prepared for the SEC championship game. It was obvious. They bought into, the world is doubting you, go prove the world wrong. And they did it. You can tell by the way they played. You can tell by the way they talked after the game. Nick Saban's a smart man. He knows he can't use that same psychology on this one. It's got to be different. He'll figure it out. The guy, he's a psychological genius, I believe.
No, he is, but it's not going to be, whatever he figures out, whatever that angle is, it's not going to be nearly as good as the angle going into Atlanta. Alabama had been in that situation one other time when they were an elite team, and that was back in 2009 in the SEC championship game. He used that angle against Florida. It worked. It was one of the reasons that I liked Alabama in the earlier matchup against Georgia, and it's one of the reasons I like Georgia in this matchup because Alabama doesn't have that angle.
Yeah, and Georgia sort of does because
they've got something to prove.
Even though people are saying they're the favorites, and even though we just saw it happen, people question whether this Georgia team is as good as they've been built up, and they've got a chance to go prove it. I'm sure there were things said on the field. It'll be an interesting game Monday night. We'll be there. Sunday and Monday, you can actually come by and see us in Indianapolis. Brownie, tell them where we'll be.
Yeah, we're going to be at Fan Central, which is it's open to the public. It is free. It is in the Indiana Convention Center, which is connected to Lucas Oil Stadium. Well, it's connected by a tunnel, but they're right next door. And you can come see us there. We'll be doing our show live. We'll give you the time on Sunday, but our normal 9 to 1 on Monday before the game. It's just like if you remember the Fan Fest over at SEC Championship game, it's like that. free open to the public. And that's where we'll be for 2 days there.
That's right. Sunday and Monday, if you're in town. Special programming Sunday, live normal show on Monday. And you can swing by and see us. And still yet to be determined location Tuesday from Indianapolis. It's time now for 3 and Out. It's brought to you every day by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Every day by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, get that car winterized today. Go see our friends locally owned and operated. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Playing off the Texas Bowl last night, if I asked you which coach is at their current job longer, Chris Kleiman at Kansas State or now Brian Kelly at LSU?
It's tough. I think Kelly will be successful at LSU. However long Kleiman has left, he will be at Kansas State. And he is doing a tremendous job. And I think it only gets better here. So I'm going to say Kansas State, and Chris Kleiman will be my answer.
I mean, this is conflicting because I think Kleiman's a fantastic coach.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I also think he's almost like in what he views as a perfect spot. I mean, is he the type of guy you can see taking the Michigan job?
No.
Or the type of guy you could see Michigan being interested in?
Nope.
So I think he may be there longer than Brian Kelly at LSU.
Yeah, I agree with you guys.
I feel like he's a lifer.
I think Kleiman feels like he's there another 10 to 12 years, and they're going to win 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 games every 4 or 5 years. And I think Kansas State fans are cool with that. I think what happens with Brian Kelly at this point in his career, once he does win a championship, if he does, I could see him get ready to shut it down.
Yeah, or go to the NFL.
Yeah, or maybe try the
NFL. You at least thought about it for a minute. Chris Kleiman is 54.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you coach another 10 years at K-State, it's retiring time.
Yeah, it could be another decade or 11 years there. Brooks says Kelly will be fired in 4 years.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, at LSU terms, that means he won a national championship, then got fired.
Second down.
Which former Oklahoma quarterback is a starter in the league longer? Would you go Baker Mayfield or Jalen Hurts?
Ooh.
Well, I kept doubting Jalen Hurts, and the guy just continues. He's taking a team to the playoffs now. He just continues.
He continues to get better.
Yeah, he does. He continues
Baker
to improve
Mayfield
and
gets
win games.
Worse.
Baker Mayfield is getting worse. He's played a whole lot of this year injured.
Are you saying with the team they're with now, or
I'm just talking about a starter in the league.
Starter in the league.
I'm starting to think Philadelphia. I mean, they're going to be in the postseason.
Yep.
And Sirianni's first year with Jalen Hurts, really his first year as a starting quarterback, start to finish. I'm starting to think Philadelphia is saying, "Hey, this is our guy for the future."
I think I saw that this morning somewhere. Yeah. The Eagles have found their quarterback.
Well, because I think this year was kind of let's see if it's time to fish or cut bait with Jalen Hurts. Well, he's taking it to the playoffs. Well, I think he figured out it's time to fish with him.
The flip side on the morning headlines is, will the Browns move on from Baker in the offseason?
That's right. I mean, there are a lot of people, since Baker is sitting out this Bengals game and getting surgery, a lot of people think he's made his last Cleveland start.
Well, Cleveland's on the hook, though. They picked up that 5th option back in April because you remember they were coming off a playoff win, and they took Kansas City to the wire in the divisional round last year.
But they did not give him a long-term extension after going to the playoffs.
But they gave him that one additional year. Yeah. So even if he's not there, they got to pay him $25 million. Yeah. So Baker's still in a pretty good spot.
Unless somebody else picks up that tab for
him. Will they have a commercial of him moving out of the stadium?
I know. That's going to be the great commercial, right?
That will be great.
And those are good commercials.
What if like in one of the commercials he's having to shack up with Alice Cooper next door at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Yeah. Hey, you mind if I spend the night?
Need a place to stay.
Hey, you have a wheelbarrow? I'm going to mulch later.
Is there a better, a bigger gap between how good a pitchman he is and talent on the field?
Yeah,
right
I told
now?
Dunaway, my wife, the other night during the Sunday night game, one of his commercials came on. She's like, I think he may be the best athlete pitchman of all time. And I reminded her I think Peyton Manning was better.
Peyton's better.
But I'm not sure there are many more better than Baker.
Yeah, but
he's
as far
really
as
good.
talent discrep to pitchman, yeah, he's good.
I mean, because Peyton's really good. I mean,
They're
one
both,
of the best quarterback, one of the best pitchmen of all time.
But I want to see Baker do it for another product. He's really good.
He's dialed in on that one.
Yeah, in that situation.
But Peyton could do anything.
That is a good bit. He's not as good in the Heisman house. I will give you that. But that role that he plays himself, and I think his wife's pretty good. And the Alabama lineman,
Jedrick Wills,
Wills' reoccurring role is always funny.
How's Devontae Smith?
Devontae's a man of few words, even in the Heisman house.
Third down.
Okay.
Wait till Mechie gets in there.
I think it was Matt Hayes that brought this up yesterday, so I'll ask you guys, over the next 5 years, more Alabama-Georgia SEC championship matchups or any other combo?
Including Alabama versus somebody, Georgia
versus somebody.
How many years?
5.
5. I'll take more Alabama-Georgia matchups than I do Alabama-somebody else.
Yeah, like I would be shocked if you had another combo that did it more than once.
Okay, but over the last 5 years, we've only had that matchup twice, so we've had other combos.
Yeah, but you haven't had another combo twice, right?
And my question...
No, but I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you're basically getting the field. Any other combos.
Any other combo?
Like even if it's Alabama-Florida next year, that counts as a different one. That's the field.
Yeah, I think I might take the field, man. Yeah.
I think I would take the field.
My question is, Georgia's going to take a big step back next year, in my opinion. Alabama's going to have one of its best teams ever. Alabama will win the 2022 national championship.
Even a big step back, do they still win the East? Who wins the East?
That's my question.
Yeah.
They're going to take a step back. They won't be in the playoffs next year, but who else beats them in the East next year? Is it Tennessee? Is it Tennessee?
Tennessee's going to be your pick to finish second.
Was there a song when I was in college? Tennessee?
Yeah,
Arrested Development.
Tennessee?
Tennessee.
4th down.
Bradley Cooper, 47 today. If I asked you better career ultimately, Bradley Cooper or Kevin Durant?
Oh, Kevin Durant. I mean, Kevin Durant's one of the best scorers in the game. He's got an NBA championship.
He does got an MVP.
An MVP.
But I think Bradley Cooper's got 3 Academy Awards. He was nominated for a Tony for Best Actor. I mean, he's a very versatile guy. He produces a lot now.
Such a good actor.
And he's got, obviously, more shelf life than what Durant has. Now, Durant could end up going down as a top 10 of all time.
Yeah. And I'm not sure Cooper will, but Cooper's really good. He sang his own part, right?
Yeah.
He did.
In the show.
You know, I'll tell you what, I think his best acting is in Silver Linings Playbook.
He's really good there.
He is so good in
Little
that. You've
psychotic.
never seen it, have you, Lance?
Oh, I've seen it 4 or 5 times.
Oh, have you? Don't you think he's really good in that?
Yeah, I thought he was really good at it. You guys ever jogged with a garbage bag around?
Dunaway did. Right after.
After that?
Yeah. I'll never forget it. Right after Silver
he
Linings
did not.
Playbook. Yes, he did. We've discussed this on the air
No,
before. I bet
not
he found
in
the
front
photo.
of me.
Yes, we have, because you had the same reaction. It was right after the movie came out. Dunaway tweets out, "I'm going to make the pose." Obviously, Maggie took the photo. He's got on a trash bag and he staged it. This is what he looked like. He was going.
I think Jane took the photo, actually.
Oh, wow.
God rest her.
Charge that camera.
Yeah, was it a Polaroid?
No, but Dunaway's making his face.
That are on above.
It's obviously staged.
There's no way I'll find it
So
here.
did you go on a run with the garbage bag?
I just staged the photo.
No, I went on a run, Brown.
All because you saw it in a movie.
And I came back and thought it would be a funny picture. Well, I went on the run in it because I thought it would be funny.
Right.
And then I came back and took the picture.
Is Limitless worth watching?
It's a good movie. Yeah, it's you suspend disbelief, but it's a good movie. It's a guilty pleasure movie, I think. I mean, it's nothing that's going to be like, that's going to change my life.
How many pictures do you guys have on your phone?
Well, I don't delete
Not
a lot.
nearly as much as you.
I know you've got more, but I don't delete a lot.
Yeah, I take a lot of screenshots and I forget to delete them.
Yeah.
Oh my God! No, this is
How many
before
does he have?
this is before we were doing the show together.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No,
I can tell by your hairdo. No, I can't. It's Silver Linings Playbook. I think was 2007, 2008.
I thought it was 2011. Let's look.
Did I get the pose right? I've got
There's a date on
7,000.
top. I don't have my glasses on.
I've got
There's a date on top.
7,718 photos down there.
Oh, 2013.
2013.
Yeah.
We had just come back from Miami, I think, Notre Dame.
2012. Yeah.
I'll send it to you. We'll do it in the next segment.
That's right. Yeah, I'm totally off.
That is 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, make sure you take your car by to get winterized. Just incredible guys, locally owned and operated. They can look at anything bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
You know what's funny is that when I'm actually running, my leg kick is never that high. I'm really barely moving my feet. I'm shuffling. I am shuffling. Forrester will throw it up in the commercial break or when we come back. This is the next round. As we head to break here, though, as always, every week we give you a medical minute, an update that is important information you need to learn about from our friends at the Urology Centers of Alabama.
Yeah, Urology Centers of Alabama currently looking for participants for our active clinical trials. With over 3 decades of experience, the Urology Centers of Alabama Research Department has been dedicated to developing the treatments of urological conditions into the future. Our research team specializes in a variety of urological fields, which allows them to expertly conduct studies on a spectrum of conditions such as prostate cancer, bladder cancer, and urinary tract infections. These study medications go through rigorous lab testing and are offered through leading national pharmaceutical manufacturers. Patients who participate will have access to new forms of treatment, may receive financial compensation, reimbursements for travel expenses, and are likely to receive free medications. In addition, participants are given specialized level of care due to the number of UCA doctors and staff monitoring the trial process. Clinical research is key to discovering new medications that can lead to groundbreaking treatments. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with prostate cancer, bladder cancer, or a recent urinary tract infection, contact Urology Centers of Alabama to learn if you qualify to take part in our current trials. For more information or to sign up for a study, you can visit urologycentersalabama.com. That's urologycentersalabama.com, or just call 205-930-0920. That's 205-930-0920.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
This hour of the next round is presented by Cardinal Roofing, the cardinal rule for all your roofing needs. Your home for financing, one-day jobs, and more than 500 five-star reviews. Call Cardinal Roofing today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to receive $100 off your next roof replacement.
I've been a Shelby County deputy since 2020, but I've been crazy about fishing since I was a kid. You know, my new job, it gives me plenty of time off, so I know I'll be back to the lake in no time. I'm making great money, staying in shape at the gym at work, and I have a take-home car, which saves the miles on my truck. And it's not all cops and robbers either. You know, during my training, I learned to do an aerial search in a helicopter. Who gets to do that at work? Last week, we helped find a veteran suffering from Alzheimer's who just wandered off. See, that's a job I can feel great about doing.
If a flexible work schedule, a take-home car, paid vacations, a gym at work, and $51,000 plus a year to start sounds good to you, maybe you should think about a career as a deputy in Shelby County, Alabama. Change your life. Change your world. Look us up on Indeed.com and Insta.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the next round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
The rematch is set. Alabama and Georgia for the national title in Indianapolis. And the Next Round will be there thanks to our presenting sponsors, Wayne's, Champy's World Famous Chicken, Culver's, Hemp Hill Services, and Dr. Pepper. Alabama football's chase for a national championship on the Next Round.
Back with you on the Next Round. Brown's about to tell you about our great friends at Wayne's Pest Services and their new smart pests that they have out there. Keep in mind, Bama playing basketball tonight and Auburn a winner last night as well. And we'll get back after Brown tells you about Wayne's into what Jim Harbaugh could be facing coming down the line and a couple other college football things that are going on today.
Wayne's has got that smart pest solution. It combines the effectiveness of traditional pest control services with a 24/7 rodent monitoring. You don't want to monitor them. Let Wayne's monitor them. Smart Pest Monitors proactively communicates to prevent an infestation. It's the most intelligent, eco-friendly pest control solution available today. It monitors in your crawl spaces, in your attic, making sure you don't have a pet rodent infestation. Call 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1. When you call that number, mention this offer code TNR for the Next Round. TNR, that gets you $60 off your initial smart pest service. It's the only people we trust here on the Next Round. 866-WAYNES-1.
Aiden Hutchinson joining everyone else who is part of that Michigan Pass Rush to announce right now that he is on his way to the National Football League. We started the show talking about this and then quickly got to Bruce Pearl, so I'll circle back to this. The big question today is Jim Harbaugh's interest in the NFL and the NFL interest in Harbaugh, the Bruce Feldman story yesterday in The Athletic. Is that just agents getting Jim Harbaugh money, or is that Jim Harbaugh really interested, you believe, in going back to the National Football League?
Well, again, I'll bring up the fact that Jim Harbaugh is the kind of guy that self-imposed his pay cut. And based on the year that he's had, not only beating Ohio State, winning a Big Ten, getting to a college football playoff, all these first, I think they're more than willing to give him what he was making before. So I don't think it's a money grab out of Harbaugh. I just think now that the college game is becoming more and more every day like the NFL game, he had more success in the NFL, really, than he had in college when you look at the grand scope of things.
Yeah, one pass interference away from winning the Super Bowl.
I just think there's a good opportunity to take what is one of the more valued franchises out there in the Raiders with a decent quarterback situation and get back to what seemed like a comfort zone for him.
Yeah, I mean, I could just see him realizing he has banged his head against the wall for what now, 7 years? Is that what he's been at Michigan?
Right. 7 years.
Yep.
And it's taken him that long to finally break through. And he's probably a smart enough guy to scan the landscape, even though he's a weird dude and probably, a little egotistical. Scan the landscape and think it's going to be hard to stay at this level.
You go ahead.
Well, and just, in the NFL again, I mean, Cincinnati's 10-6. 10-6. I mean, it's not a It's a good NFL record, 10-6, right? But they were able to lose 6 games, Cincinnati, and they're being celebrated. I mean, Michigan, if I had lost 2 games, I might be in trouble this year.
He is a guy whose antics or coaching style can wear on you, and he's made a point never to stay places a long time. If you go look, I think it was about 4 years at San Diego, about 4 years at Stanford, about 4 years at San Francisco. And now I think Michigan's the longest he's ever been anywhere. So he likes to move. And I guess eventually you get tired of moving. And, Nick Saban was that way. And then finally he settled into Tuscaloosa. And I guess people thought maybe that's what it would be for Harbaugh. And maybe maybe that ends up still being what Harbaugh does. And he stays there and he coaches as long as Nick Saban. But it was about this time on the Saban role that you started to hear buzz about, is he going to go to Texas? Is Texas really in the mix here, or is the NFL, is that going to be where Nick Saban goes back to? And then finally he settled back into, I'm not ever leaving, and this is where Nick Saban will retire from. And I wonder if Harbaugh is at that crossroad. Yes, there's interest. This will be the time that he finally puts it to rest.
As goofy as the guy can be, I mean, you've got to look at, he built San Diego to an 11-1 program.
Yeah.
Took the Stanford job, which was awful when he took that job. They had been terrible.
Just for our listeners and viewers, Brown's not leaving off the state part. It was San Diego, not San Diego State.
No,
San Diego.
The Toros.
The Toreros or whatever they are.
Toros.
Yeah. What are they playing? The D2? Is that D2, I think? Or Wonderlay, whatever?
I think they're FCS, maybe.
Then he goes to Stanford, which was in awful shape, builds them back up to 12-1, then goes to the Super Bowl with San Francisco. And say what you want about Michigan, but he got them to the college football playoff. I mean, every stop, the guy gets them to the championship level.
Oh, he can coach.
He can coach.
Yeah.
Now, he's weird. He's easy not to like, but the guy can coach football.
Now, here we are again with Bill O'Brien being a name mentioned. If Harbaugh leaves, the Alabama OC will be the guy that could go. Quickly on Bill O'Brien, boy, he keeps popping up, and he was a horrible general manager. You don't have to manage a salary cap and make trades in college. Do you think he'd be more successful going back to being a head coach in college or back to being a head coach in the NFL?
I'm going to say college. In the NFL, look, he had a pretty good run, but again, he had it with Deshaun Watson, and it's not like they had a ton of success once they got to the postseason. So I would lean college. What's interesting is it seems like everybody that's an offensive coordinator for Nick Saban, they go on and they get these really good jobs. Imagine if he got over Josh Gaddis the Michigan job. Is there any chance Josh Gaddis circles back and is the offensive coordinator under Nick Saban?
I mean, obviously has had the history with Saban there. I don't
but
think
it seems like they burned a bridge along the way too.
I don't know.
I know Gaddis can recruit.
Yeah.
And Saban's buried the hatchet on a couple of guys over the years to have them back.
Yeah, namely Lance Thompson.
Thompson. I think Kevin Still and him maybe one time where
maybe they got crossed. I don't know.
Yeah.
So, I would tell you right now, if Lane Kiffin were an offensive coordinator available and Bill O'Brien left, I think Saban would, as bad as it was, I think, in some aspects, I think Saban understood that Lane Kiffin brought him into a new era offensively. He might consider him again. So I think Saban, that's one thing about him. He's willing to bury that hatchet if it's for the betterment of his team and his program.
A quick break here, brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. When we come back, we got the lock of the day, but just an interesting scenario that we think this coaching carousel's done. We'll do a national championship on Monday, but also on Monday, 6, 7, 8, 9 NFL guys will be fired, and there'll be another coaching cycle going on in the NFL that could drag up a big name player from the college ranks.
Yeah, locally owned and operated, Redmont Vodka, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled. Available at your local package store, including Peak Package at the Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. They bring you the lock every day. LT's about to do a little college basketball lock. A couple of big games going on nationally, including Alabama and Florida. We'll see where LT goes. But the place you need to go when you have a plumbing need, as always, I tell you have a good plumber on standby. That guy's name is Jeremy Purvis, and the team over at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. They are locally owned. They are licensed, bonded, and insured. They'll give you a free quote, whether it's just a drip in your house or you're just redoing everything, new fixtures or anything. They also take care of residential or commercial plumbing needs. Everything from plumbing to jetter services. It's Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com.
So coming off a 7-1 last night, we were for you at lanceslog.com. We were 6-1 college hoops. We go back college hoops. We had Wimp on the show earlier today. He said Tennessee's going to beat Ole Miss. Well, yeah, they're going to beat Ole Miss, but are they going to cover the 17? That is the question. The last time we saw Tennessee out, they had a lead under a minute to go in Coleman Coliseum without Kennedy Chandler, John Fulkerson. Both of those guys are back from COVID-19 protocol. We haven't seen Ole Miss on the court in more than 2 weeks. Last time they were out, they lost to Sanford. I like Tennessee at home minus the 17.
Wow, that's a big number.
Big number here, but I think it's a complete blowout. I'll take the Volunteers. Big night from Kennedy Chandler. Take the Vols minus 17. That is your lock.
Wow, so that's the lock of the day. Brown, as we round things out here, before we get out of here, interesting that so many people declaring for the NFL as they do every time this year. Aiden Hutchinson just announcing. Malik Davis, Florida's big rusher, on his way to the NFL. Jalen Foster, big DB for South Carolina, on his way to the NFL. But Tennessee is getting Travion Flowers back in that Volunteer secondary. That's a big get for them there.
Yeah, Tennessee, you asked earlier, who is going to challenge Georgia in the East. The popular pick is going to be Tennessee. Whether they do it or not, I don't know. But I tell you, as we continue through the offseason, people will talk themselves into Tennessee.
Tennessee, man. All right, we're back tomorrow live at 9 a.m., back again Friday, and then we're off to Indianapolis to bring you coverage up there from the national championship game. More from the Dogs and Tide tomorrow as we get ready for the 60 Minutes that'll crown the champion this year. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance